Larry Larson and Joey Wright here at Metamora Fields Golf Club, taking you around the course throughout our broadcast today of the Mid-Illini Boys Golf Tournament. And Joey, we're playing today. This is Sunday, pre-recording for our broadcast on Thursday, and it is windy.
It's very windy out here. I like that because it's going to mask my poor playing. But the wind, if it's windy on Thursday when we come out here, Larry, it's going to be key because there aren't a lot of trees on this course. Not a lot to block that wind, so weather factors can be very big on this course.
About to play hole one. We're going to take you through all 18 holes and show you what today's boys golfers will be seeing on the course. Here we are on the first tee, hole number one. Not a lot of hazards here. 388 yards, a pretty easy first hole. Your only hazards are going to be those bunkers on the left side. So as long as you don't hook it, you should be okay. Those pine trees won't come into play unless you really block it right. Missed left, but should be okay. Look at that go. Look at that fly.
Missed it a little short, and that's the start of a pattern that you will notice throughout the day. You're going to think we faked this for the camera, but my second shot, beautiful shot, has me right on the green.
Fairway.
Not the fairway, pardon me. Golf broadcast. What would you say this is to the pin, Larry?
Probably 145.
5. Gonna go 8 iron. Just gonna try to get it there. See what I got. Stop filming my shots. I can't do it on camera.
Go ahead and guess this shot's going to be about 150 yards. Very windy, so we'll see if I can get it there. The hazard's in play. Bunkers guarding each side of the green. I pulled it.
Where'd it go?
Way left. I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, so I went long of the green, and back here you've got lots of fescue. This fescue is going to come into play if you're not accurate with your shots. And come here and take a look at how deep this fescue is. My ball's sitting down into there, so I need to take a pretty good hack at it to get it out.
It's a tough lie.
It is a tough lie. I don't think this is going to go well. Almost good.
All right, I finally made it to the green. This will be 9 coming up. Great second shot, kind of fell apart after that, but anywho, putting uphill here, and Larry, as we can see, a pretty steep drop off from that part of the green down to here. We're at the very bottom.
It does slope upwards, and if you miss the green, there's a big collection area over there on the right.
Yep.
That's pretty standard. So
for me though, this putt looks like it's pretty simple, just straight uphill. None of them are simple for me. We'll see what I can do. Leaving the flag in, of course, coronavirus protocols.
And he pulled it.
Just a little bit off. 10 coming up here. No shame in double digits. Even a few of our golfers that we'll see today.
I don't know about that.
Have done that a few times. From Metamora Fields Golf Club in Metamora, Illinois, Clutch Sports Media presents the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament. A group is just finishing up on the green, folks. We want to thank you for bearing with us. Some technical difficulties throughout the morning. We have them resolved, and we are excited to bring you the Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament to its conclusion on Clutch Sports Media. Now, throughout the afternoon, we will show a series of videos showing you how to play Metamora Fields. We'll get to one of those videos in just a moment as this group departs the green. This is Limestone, East Peoria, Dunlap, and Pekin. This group on the green. Limestone has just finished up, and it looks like, Larry, that they've all finished up. So here in just a moment, we are going to send you out to holes 2 and 3 at Metamora Fields. Enjoy this tutorial of how they play. And Larry, a little spoiler alert for our viewers. For me, none of them play very well.
No, certainly not, Joey, but at least we hope it shows you the course and provides a little entertainment. All right, hole number 2, a 122-yard par 3 over the water, as you can see. A few holes with water out here. However, if you hit a good iron shot, long enough to get it over the water really should not come into play. You got a bunker there on the far right side if you really miss it.
Beautiful shot, Larry.
Look how short that was. That really got up into the wind, and it shows you, how much of an effect the wind is really going to have.
Holy cow.
Splash down.
Oh my gosh. I hit it, though. I hit it in the air.
Progress.
I'll take it.
Okay, so here we are. I'm a little short. Hopefully none of our golfers today will be this short of the green. But take a look at this green complex. I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a ridge in the middle of the green. So depending on which side of the ridge the pin will be, that's going to be the big key, getting it on the correct side of the ridge. A lot of work left for par there. Quick overview of the scorecard. Rough start for me and Joey, but the number I want to focus on here is the yardage. 3,000 going out and coming back in. 3,209, so not crazy distance. Definitely something that these good high school players can keep up with.
Yep, and we are, of course, playing the blue tees today, so, as we saw hole 2, they don't quite have the same water to contend with that they would have if they were playing from the other tees, so par 5 coming up, though. I'm excited to see how this transpires.
Hole number 3, par 5, 522 yards. And it's very evident, as you take a look at this tee shot, that the bunkers are going to be in play on the tee shot. So you're either going to want to carry those or aim away from them. There's plenty of room on either side. However, if you find your way into the bunkers, it could make for some trouble.
That might find the fescue.
No.
No! Oh!
Fine.
Almost.
Second shot, it's going to be tough to really get at this par 5 and 2. I don't think a lot of players are going to be able to reach it, so I'm going to go with the conservative play here, and I get the feeling that a lot of high school players will do the same. Okay, so here's my approach shot into the green, about 100 yards out. Players that go for the green in 2 will run into this bunker here if they're not accurate enough. Also, on the left side of the green is a bunker. This green is also very sloped. You want to leave it below the pin, and generally on a lot of these sloped greens, the key is going to be leaving it below the pin. And if I miss right, it's going to be a lot of trouble. It slopes down. It's a big collection area. D.A. Wiebring designs a lot of these courses with big collection areas near the green, so I want to avoid that. And I hit it right into it.
Straight in.
fittingly enough, I made it into this collection area, and Joey, if you could turn the camera and give it a look. If you hit it into here, you're going to have an uphill chip. The green is elevated, so it's kind of a tricky shot. You don't want to hit it too hard, but if you hit it into the bank of the hill and land it on the right spot, I should be able to roll it right up near the pin. We'll see if I can do it.
In theory.
Almost perfect.
Almost perfect.
It's a 4. It's not a 4, it's a 5. Par. Nice putt.
You won't see too many 9s on Thursday, so we want to give our viewers a little variety.
Taking a look at this green before we move on to the next hole, look how long it is. So if the pin is located on the back, if you land it on the front, it's going to be a tough putt.
I wish I was good enough for any of this stuff to matter. A little longer. I want to thank our viewers for sticking with us. An audio issue hampered the first half hour of our broadcast, but we're back now. The problem is resolved, and what did we miss in that first half hour or so?
Well, Joey, we missed quite a bit in the Open, as our viewers from the beginning saw us talking but did not hear our words. We went over a big overview of the conference, and generally what we talked about was the weather. That's going to be the biggest factor here at Metamora Fields, namely the wind. It rained this morning, which will soften the course a little bit, but whenever the wind is blowing out here, it's a link-style golf course, so the ball will be interfered with the wind, and the best players can adapt to those situations. They can adapt to the elements, and players are certainly going to have to do that today.
As one of the coaches we spoke with this week put it to us, once the ball gets up in the air, when the wind's blowing like this, nobody really knows. You know, it just kind of does what it wants with it. The wind is at our backs, blowing out that a ways. So
as you can probably hear on the mic.
As you can hear, yes, it's quite the windy day. Otherwise, a stellar day. Really, low 60s. It'll be in the afternoon, and not a cloud in the sky after some rain earlier. It did cause some problems for some golfers on their early holes, but that's all behind us now, and it should be a good day moving forward. Now, Larry, as we talked at the start of the show, some good talent all throughout the tournament, a really even year in the Mid-Illini Conference, but looking at the top, it's Pekin's Tournament to Lose. They're headlined by Mason Minkle and Carter Stevenson.
Yes, Joey, it is consensus Pekin's Tournament to Lose. We've talked to every coach, and they have all said the same thing. Pekin is certainly the real deal. Undefeated in conference match play entering the tournament, so they are well in first place. So unless we see a big upset today, they're going to win the conference, and I really do think they have the talent to go back-to-back. They won last year, and as you mentioned, the big names, Mason Minkle. He is likely the best golfer in Central Illinois. We can't wait to see him come through. He should be coming through on number 9 here in a little bit. We'll get you that action. Carter Stevenson as well, certainly a name to watch. Joey, that's a Pekin team that went to state last year. They are seasoned. They're still a bit young, despite Minkle being a senior. Stevenson is a sophomore. So those players have experience at a young age, and they're only going to continue to get better. So it's going to be really fun to watch, and as we said, their tournament to lose.
I would say so. Pekin head coach Jeremy Crouch, very optimistic. We've talked with him throughout the week, and Pekin is definitely in good shape here early on. We got an update from our course reporter, John Camosa, while we were having our technical difficulties, and Larry, he was on, I believe, the 4th hole, said that Tate Otten from Limestone had the lead in that top group. Mason Minkle was +2, had a little trouble on that 4th hole. But Otten has the lead, at least last we heard from John Camosa, and we'll hear from him again in just a minute at even par. But still, obviously, a lot of golf to go. They've still got well over half their round to play.
Yeah, certainly, Joey, and that's one thing about tournaments like these. Shotgun start, it's going to be a long day. You've got every single JV player on the course, and every single varsity player on the course. So the course will be jammed up. You just have to be patient. You have to be patient with yourself, patient with the golf course, patient with the weather, and patient with the pace of play. Generally, patience is a virtue in life, but in golf, you absolutely need it to play well.
Absolutely. We'll get you back down to the course here in just a second. Group on the green now is characterized by Limestone as I look down there. Limestone, Pekin, Dunlap, and East Peoria in that group as we will go back down to the 9th green. Shotgun style start, as Larry mentioned, as we take you down to that green. And so, Larry, all of our varsity players, they started on the front 9. Minkle in that top group, they started on hole 1, and then just sort of throughout the course, the next group started on 2, then 3, so forth and so on. This group, as we'll get it for you here in just a second, I believe we are looking at varsity group 3A. Tyler Picken, Logan Hinrichs, Nathan Unis, and Jack Segler. Pekin, Dunlap, EP, and Limestone in order. Varsity group 3A. And they are on the green. Limestone in blue, that's Pekin in red. Pekin's Tyler Picken getting set to, he's put the ball marker down on the green here. We're going to have an update from John Camosa in just a second. John has been following the action for us all day, and he is following, I believe, that top group with Minkle, Otten, and others. John, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, right now we're through 6 holes. These guys are setting up for their putts right here. Tate Otten and Mason Minkle just had nice approach shots in, but so far it's looking like Austin Segrist at East Peoria is at even par. He's had just a nice stretch of 6 straight pars here. Then we have Eli Lancer at 4 over, and Tate Otten and Mason Minkle both at 2 over. Everyone had a par on the par 5, 526-yard number 6. So pretty consistent play. A little rough patch early when that rain started hitting in on number 3 on that long par 5. A couple guys found trouble, and ever since the clouds kind of broke a little bit, the sun's out. Still windy, but the conditions are a lot better for these guys.
Absolutely, John. Thank you for that. And Larry, as we've talked about, Tate Otten started with that early lead. Looks like he's tapered off a little bit, and it's Austin Segrist in the lead in that top group. Now, that top group, we talk about varsity group 1A. That's going to be the group to watch throughout the afternoon. That is the top golfers from each of the top 4 schools in the Mid-Illini entering this match. So, you've got your Minkle, and we talk about Minkle a lot, but Otten has played well, Segrist and Lanzer as well.
Yeah, Joey, I'm very impressed with those players so far, and it goes to show you, with this weather, really anything can happen. Upsets can happen. We talked about how Mason Minkle is the consensus best golfer in the area, but who's to say that Tate Otten can't come out and win this thing? Who's to say that a player that from East Peoria can't come out and win this thing? There's lots of talent up and down this conference. It's not just on Pekin. It's on every single team. And so if you're these players, it's breezy, swing easy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, but a lot of people have a chance to win.
Jack Segler from Limestone finishes up his putt, and that finishes up varsity group 3A. So we'll see that top group come through in just a minute, Larry. It'll be interesting to see if they can back it up. We've talked a big game on their behalf, and we'll see them come through hole 9 in just a second. Luke Riggenbach, Logan Day, Justin Rennick, and Parker Jackson due up. That's going to be varsity group 3B. 3B is on the way, and those are the 5 golfers from, as I say, Pekin, Dunlap, East Peoria, and Limestone.
Top 4 teams in the conference, Joey, and we're talking about Pekin's undefeated match record. Dunlap only lost 1, and they lost to Pekin. East Peoria in 3rd place entering this one. They've had a pretty good year for themselves, returning a few players that made state last year, namely Austin Segrist. And John was talking about him. He's battling the conditions. He went to Weibring at state last year and fired off some good rounds in the 70s. He's played 2 rounds in the 70s in Bloomington Normal at state, so he knows how to deal with the pressure. I wouldn't be shocked to see him come in with a very low score.
Me either. And then looking at some other schools in this group, Larry, we look at Limestone, for example. They are coached by Greg Robinson. They've got some guys in this next group. We will see Parker Jackson. Jackson's another one of those guys that he's characterized by head coach Greg Robinson as a smart player, knows how to manage the course, and smart players like Jackson, this course is really going to favor them today.
It really is, Joey. Those are the intangibles that are oh so important this year. this time of year, I should say. Of course, always in golf, you always want to be smart, and you have to play it smart. But when you get the conditions like this, when it's really, really breezy and the pressure is on in the playoffs, you just have to stay within yourself. You can't get too frustrated, and you can't get too high either. If you find success, you can't take that for granted.
And you mentioned the playoffs. You know, in a typical year, Larry, the Mid-Illini Conference Tournament, you always want to win it, but it's kind of the precursor to regionals, to sectionals, and the state series. But this year, Larry, in this coronavirus-impacted season, we've talked to a lot of coaches, a lot of people this week who say they've had this tournament circled on their calendars from the start. With no state tournament, we'll have regionals and sectionals, but with no state tournament, the Mid-Illini Conference Tournament and all conference tournaments across the state, they mean so much more in 2020.
Yeah, they really do, Joey, and I would hate to be one of these kids this year and not have a chance at state, especially if I was a senior. I had that chance when I was a senior to make state. Of course, I did not make it. Fell 4 strokes short. I still think about it a lot, but I'm glad I had that chance, and I have the closure of knowing I wasn't good enough to make it. These kids, unless they made it last year, they don't have that closure, and that makes these rounds all the more important and all the more fun, really, and it really heightens the importance to it for these players. So Mason Minkle, he made state last year with Pekin as a team. They didn't make it to the second day. They did not play well on the first day, or at least well enough to make the second day. They're not going to get another chance to make state again this year, but I would not be shocked to see them in sectionals and have a few of their players ranking in the top group there.
Certainly, a few of their players would have scores good enough to qualify if all was normal, and of course it's not. Looking at this group here, and again we say that's varsity group 3B, Riggenbach, Day, Rennick, and Jackson. 2 great tee shots, Larry, right in the middle of the fairway, and we'll see who those balls belong to, but those are going to be relatively easy approaches as they get down to it.
Yeah, they are, Joey, but again, with this hole, it can be a bit tricky. If you pull it, you're going to end up in the water. The pond running down the left side of the hole on number 9, bunker back left, and there's room to miss on the right. So this is going to favor players who play a fade. The greens are going to be nice and soft, very receptive, as we've seen all day, players sticking their approach shots. Lots of room to miss on the back. So I will look for the better players to try and land their approach shots short of the green and just have them roll up close to the pin. We haven't seen any birdies here on number 9 yet, but Joey, I think that could change in the next few minutes.
Certainly could. 2 great chances for that. Looking back a ways, looks like that's Parker Jackson in the bunker right now, so he's trying to get out of that. And his shot on the way, we'll see what he can do with it on his second. He's warming up right now, taking some practice swings.
Joey, Parker Jackson is a player that head coach Greg Robinson was really high on. A younger player, he's a freshman, and he said he's a little guy, not the biggest player yet to really grow into his full frame. But we were talking about his golf IQ earlier and course management skills. He makes up for that lack of distance with those skills, and that's just what you got to do when you're a younger player. And Joey, he hit his sand shot. I don't know where that ball went.
No, and certainly for his sake, hope he didn't find the fescue. We haven't talked about the fescue yet today, Larry, but you see that lining what would be, from the viewer's perspective, the left side of the fairway. It's the right side on approach. Really easy to lose a ball in that fescue, or at the very least, a tough shot getting out of it.
Yes, and that hazard will be played as a lateral hazard today, Joey. So that means if they cannot find a ball in the fescue, they can drop on the line it entered. Generally at Metamora Fields, the fescue is played like a normal hazard, and if you lose your ball in there, you have to go back to where you hit your last shot and re-hit. So the rules have been changed up a little bit for good reason. We could have had a very long day here if the normal fescue rules were in play. But, Joey, it does look like Parker Jackson did indeed find the fescue. It's going to be interesting to watch here because this is a beast that you do not want to reckon with.
It might be easier, and of course, the golf is a game to be played with integrity and honesty, but it might be easiest sometimes just to say, I can't find it, I'm going to take the drop, because it can be a tricky shot to get out of it, and it looks like, we'll see if Jackson can come out of there with the ball. But as we'll see throughout the afternoon, I probably lost 8 balls?
8, 9,
8, 9
10.
balls when we came out and played on Sunday. So we'll wish Jackson the best of luck as he searches for his ball. Now, I believe, Larry, this is going to be, and we'll see as they come into focus here, this is either going to be Day, Riggenbach, or Rennick. And what would be the distinguishing factor is what color his cap is. If it's a maroon, it would be more likely to be Dunlap or EP. They both are maroon, and EP is gold, and Dunlap's like a tan with that, but Pekin is red. So we'll see. In any case, a beautiful shot, and that'll find the green and sit down nice and easy.
Here's an approach shot, Joey. It's going to be interesting to see where this lands. It looks very long. Very back of the green.
Yep, and it'll sit down on the back of the green there. There is some elevation on the back of that green right before you get down to the collection area, but that'll be a tough putt. That looks like Pekin head coach Jeremy Crouch walking along, and he's going to check out the water. Was he looking for a ball there, or was he?
Perhaps he was just looking at the rough. I don't think anybody is there.
I didn't think so either.
But, Joey, I've got my eyes on Parker Jackson right now. He's on the cart path. It appears as if he is looking for his ball in that fescue. We were talking about how he found the fescue. It looks like he's going to take that drop, but the ball may have been found. Joey, I think his ball's in a pine tree, and he's going to have to take an unplayable.
Wow. Yeah, and Larry, that's interesting because when he started looking for the ball and he still hasn't found it, he started looking on a very different line. I think he thought the shot was much shorter than it was. If, in fact, this is his ball, and when you get to that part of the course, Larry, you find just a lot of loose balls that maybe belong to someone who played here 3 months ago and just couldn't find it and gave up on it and went home, or probably didn't go home at that point if they had more balls with them, but maybe they were having a rough round. Who knows? Did he find? I don't know if he found it there. I don't think he did. No, he's going out with a club.
So, Joey, what I believe happened here is he found his ball in the pine tree and then had to take an unplayable lie. So that is a penalty stroke. So this could be tricky for Parker Jackson. Looking on the green, looks like East Peoria's player is on the back of the green.
Rennick.
That would be Justin Rennick. And Luke Riggenbach is on the left side of the green. Here's Jackson's shot.
On the fairway, will it roll on? It will. That's a great shot from Jackson. What a recovery.
What a recovery indeed, Joey. That's what the best players do. They put the past behind them. You got to focus on the next shot. Parker had a few rough holes there, and he just hit a nice chip out of the fescue.
No live scoring available to us here, Larry, as looks like Riggenbach is getting set, and Riggenbach's ball is down near the lake, so I believe that's what Crouch was looking at earlier. Riggenbach's shot is on the way. Short of the pin, rolling in. Nice chip from Riggenbach.
Little work left to do for par there, Joey. He couldn't quite get it up all the way over the ridge. I'm really interested to see the lag putt here from Justin Rennick on East Peoria. This is really where you can make your money, but you could also lose a lot of strokes. If you're not accurate with your approach shots, but you still put it on the green, the good putters will generally par. But if you struggle with your putting and you don't have confidence in your lag putt, it could easily turn into a 3-putt.
And this will be his third shot. It's on the way, tracking towards the pin. Looks like he's going to leave it just a little bit left. Had about the right distance on it, but just off to the left. And it's a tough putt there from where he was on the green.
It is a tough putt there, Joey. Lag putts are always tricky. There is an art to it. But he had a good speed, and that's really the biggest thing with lag putts is speed. You can't hammer it past the hole, and there's nothing worse than leaving it short.
Putt on the way from Rennick towards the pin. And he's going to leave that short, and I think it would have been probably off to the left as well.
So all of our players here, Joey, have a little bit of work left. These putts may seem easy to the outsider. However, 3-footers, 4-footers, 5-footers, especially to save par. In a tournament like this, they're knee knockers.
Jackson's putt is on the way and just left it short. he's not happy with that. But I want to go back to Jackson here for just a second, Larry. Tough approach, found the tough tee shot, found the bunker, then a tough approach, got caught in the fescue. He did a phenomenal job of recovering, and it's a shame he couldn't sink that putt, because if he had, that would have been a nice momentum boost. Even with the tough start, a strong finish.
It certainly would have been, Joey, and even though he ended up with either a double or triple bogey on this hole, when you make putts like that, it saves you strokes in the long run, and like you said, gives you a confidence boost.
Putt on the way here from Rennick. The pin is out, and the ball is in. Rennick sinks the putt. And that should be a par for Rennick if our count is accurate. No live scoring, but we believe he had that in 4. Putt coming from Day, Dunlap's 5th golfer. And this is also for par. And he sinks it, so pars for Rennick and Day. Riggenbach still has to finish up. He's got about a 4-foot putt, if that. Shadow in the direction of the hole, and he sinks it. So 3B finishes up the hole. And Jackson will put the pin, the flagstick back in the pin. And Larry, I mentioned, I think this was during our audio problems, there are a few COVID protocols in place here at the Mid-Illini Conference Tournament, and really at golf courses across the country. We do believe that they are permitted to take the flagstick out if they hold it with a towel or a glove or something like that to minimize the skin-to-stick contact. And at that point, they'd be able to take it out, but they can't just grab it and take it out like they normally would be able to in a normal year.
Yeah, Joey, funny enough, we heard the coaches talking about it, and they weren't even sure what the IHSA regulations are. And, of course, we're no scientists, we're no doctors, but I don't think anybody's going to get COVID-19 from touching the flagstick. Of course, it's always good to take the proper precautions, and you want to touch that thing with a glove or a towel, because a lot of people will be touching it over the course of the day. But generally, players like to putt with the pin out. But, of course, the golf rules have been changed in the last few years, and they can putt with the pin in. That did not used to be the case, of course. You had to take the pin out for any putt on the green. Off the green, you could leave it in, but you had to take it out if you were putting on the putting surface.
2A is approaching, and that's a great breakdown, Larry. I've always preferred myself to putt with the pin in. It doesn't make a difference for me.
A little backboard for you?
A little backboard. Some sort of frame of reference. You said earlier, as we watched 3B putt, that those putts might not look difficult. For me, I was having a fit watching them try to putt it from 4 feet in. It's not as easy as it may look.
No, certainly not.
So 2A approaches, and that group, Cooper Theleritis, Cole Thierer, Peyton Stewart, and Billy Hurst.
Looks like one tee shot found the fescue, but 2 tee shots found the fairway.
Yeah, 2 more great tee shots there, and we'll see where the other one landed. As they approach.
Our viewers at home can hear the wind, and it is intense as it sounds. As you see the flagstick waving around, you can hear it in our headsets. You can see the fescue waving. You can see the water waving. I'm surprised there's not whitecaps on that water, Joey. It's a little pond, but my goodness, it is howling, and I think it's only going to get more intense as the day goes on. However, on our 2 holes that we will be watching all day, number 18 and number 9, the wind is at the back of players. So that plays as an advantage to carry your tee shot well within 100 yards, and it looks like 2 players did that in this group. Looks like Billy Hurst was in the fairway bunker, and his approach shot will land short. Not bad, though.
Great shot for Hurst, and these are the 3 golfers for Peak and Dunlap East Peoria Limestone. As I mentioned, Theleritis, Cole Thierer, Peyton Stewart, and Billy Hurst. as they head down the fairway. Up next, Larry, this is the group that we've been talking about all day. 1A should be on deck, and that's Minkle, Lanzer, Siegrist, and Otten. Our John Camosa has been following that all day, along with Josh Schwam, who is taking pictures for us. Evan Johnson is our producer, and Jonathan Michael will be our camera operator when he arrives, and that should be coming up any minute now. So, big thank you to our entire crew for helping us out, Larry. This is the first ever video broadcast for Clutch Sports Media, and big thank you to our listeners, viewers, I should say. We can say viewers now.
Yes,
haven't been able to say that before.
Very rare.
Big thanks to our viewers for sticking with us. We endured some technical difficulties early, and no difficulties on that approach shot from, I believe, Larry, that was Peyton Stewart.
Joey looked like he chunked it. And I did the same exact thing, as we will see when we start rolling our around the course videos again here in a little bit. I hit my drive well within 100 yards here on number 9 with the wind at our back, and I chunked a wedge.
Yep. It's
very easy to do. You know, with the longer irons, it's pretty easy to make flush contact, but if you're trying too hard with those wedges, it's very easy to make too much contact with the ground, and that's exactly what happened on that shot.
He'll be about 30 yards short of the green. We'll take you around the course after we get to Group 1A. We'll make sure we stick around for you, or with you for that action. And a pretty good group after that with Carter Stevenson, Jack Seconder, Dakota Watson, and Nolan Vincent. 1A and 1B, but certainly after 1A and maybe 1B at least, we'll show you a little more of Metamora Fields. What would be we'd be on 4 through 6 at that point. A great set of holes that was for you, not so for me. And an approach shot on the way. Short of the green. This is exactly what you talked about earlier, Larry. Leave it short, let it roll up, and that'll be a nice putt for birdie for, I believe that's Cole Thier.
Pin high shot, Joey. That's exactly how you want to play it. Sure, these greens are receptive, but if you land it on the green, chances are it is going to roll past the pin. So if you land it short in the fairway and land it on, you will be good.
Taking a look back, Larry, at one of our golfers here in this group has found himself kind of where Jackson was one hole ago, same hole, but one group ago. Not quite in the bunker, but in that rough, looking for it over in the cart path, maybe even the fescue. And that is Peyton Stewart from East Peoria, so we'll see if Stewart can get out of that.
Looks like he is off to the right of the green, Joey. So he's going to have to scramble if he wants par, but it's very doable from there. Missing right is certainly not the end of the world.
See if he can save par. Right now, Hurst from Limestone is on his approach. And that will land on the green. Oh, he got it to sit, and it's going to fall just short, but a beautiful approach shot. What a shot from Hurst. My goodness.
That was a thing of beauty, Joe. We were talking about how you could land the ball on the fairway and roll it up next to the pin. Billy Hurst said, no thanks. I'll just land it on the green and spin it right up next to the pin.
Nice approach there as well from, I want to say that was Thierer on the approach.
Joe, he's frustrated with himself there because he hit his first approach shot short, and then that one was a little short. He wanted to get that one to the pin, but it spun a little bit too much. And that's very easy to do with your wedges. You just got to be sure to get it there.
Could still save par. He'll be on his 4th shot coming up here. And Theloritis for Pekin preparing to putt.
Again, we are on Varsity Group 2A. Cooper Theloritis from Pekin, Cole Thierer from Dunlap, Peyton Stewart from East Peoria, and Billy Hurst from Limestone. Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament one-day event here at Metamora Fields.
Coming up in just a few minutes, our John Camosa will swing by the booth for an update. He is following, as we've said, that top group.
Coming up next, Joey, Group 1A, Mason Minkle, Eli Lanzer, Austin Segrist, and Tate Otten. We've heard a lot about them, and they seem to be playing pretty well, and number 9 will be their 9th hole of the day.
Yep, they will be halfway through. Shotgun start, they all started. These groups did at different holes, and on approach, it's either Theleritis or Theorem.
He missed his putt.
Not quite enough on that one. Just missed it, and he'll tap it in.
I think that's a double bogey for him, and he is certainly frustrated. Especially after a great tee shot, Joey, that's very easy to do. Get very frustrated with yourself. But on a day like today, we've said it multiple times, you just need to be patient with yourself and need to be patient with the golf course. You got to shake it and keep playing golf. Lots of holes left.
That wind has not died down. It will not die down. But Larry, and I wanted to ask you this earlier. Even though this group did not start on one,
that putt.
That was a beautiful putt, and he gets it to
That's
go.
for birdie.
Yep. When you get to the back 9, hole 10 and through 18, even if you didn't start on 1, even if that's not necessarily your back 9, do you still use that as a reset point and maybe say fresh 9?
Oh, of course.
Is 10 just the reference point for that?
Any excuse for a refresh if you're playing poorly. And if you're playing well, just keep doing what you're doing. You got to adjust your mentality accordingly, depending on what kind of day you're having.
Hurst preparing to putt, and this will be for birdie as well. Putt on the way, and he drops it through, and for Hurst, he's in that mentality. What hole am I on? Where are we at on the course? Nice birdie for him. Second birdie on the hole.
So as we've seen, Joey, sure this hole plays tough, but with the wind at players' backs here, it's not that hard. Takes a lot of distance off the hole.
Wind picking up. This is for par. And he got it. Nice easy par. Easy tap in there for, I believe that was Stewart. And that concludes 2A on the 9th hole. So 1A up next. Minkle, Lancer, Segrist, and Otten. John Camosa following that for us. And they are already on the fairway.
Yeah, Joey, they teed off a while ago, and I want you to look just a little bit short of the green, to the right of the green from our perspective. Somebody pounded their tee shot.
Absolutely. That'll be a relatively easy attempt at birdie there, should they be able to find the green on the approach. Wonder who hit that. Was it Minkle, do you think, or?
You know, I don't want to speculate. There are a lot of good players in this group. Anybody really could have done that, and it looks like at least 2 players found the fairway. A spectator standing down by the water there on the left side, perhaps presiding over a ball. But we'll soon find out.
Certainly will, and I said Minkle because Minkle is a noted ball striker, can really, we look at the people in this tournament, the players, Minkle can hit it as far as anyone. Tate Otten is stopping short. He's on the fairway, but shorter than the other 2. Yeah, and Larry, we speculated, but it looks like Minkle is down there looking for his ball. Looks like he sliced it off on the tee shot.
Oh, he's got it, Joey, but this is going to be a tricky shot.
It's a
nerve-wracking. Up against the water. That's tough, but he is in play, I believe. He's got to wait on Austin Segrist to hit his shot.
East Peoria behind, yep, that's Segrist, behind Minkle. As we said, Otten is on the fairway, and an approach shot will fall just short of the green from Segrist. So a good shot there from Austin Segrist. He will be able to save par. Just has to chip it onto the green, and that should not be too difficult.
Minkle's approach Look at that shot, Joey. From a tough angle, he'll have a look at birdie.
Be a tougher birdie shot there for Minkle, but we'll see if he can do it. It's Otten preparing to give it a go, and that would leave Dunlap and Eli Lanzer with that beautiful tee shot as Otten prepares. Otten's shot is on the way. That finds the green and bites. Beautiful shot from Otten. Maybe would have liked a little more of a roll towards the pin, but nevertheless, you'll take that sitting a pretty good lie right in front of the pin.
Leaving it below the hole is always a good option. And Joey, based on what I've heard from a number of friends that have had the chance to play a few rounds with professional golfers, they say the one thing that is the biggest deal on the PGA Tour is leaving your approach shot below the pin. If you hit it past the pin, you're going to have a slider putt with those green speeds. So if you leave your approach shot short of the pin like these 3 players did, and 4 players I should say, you're in good shape and you're going to have a better look at birdie if you did go past the hole.
Lancer on his approach, he's right there just short of the pin, so be an easy trip to the hole for him. Siegrist getting set to chip onto the green. See if he can do it, and that would set up a good look at par for Siegrist, so we'll see what he can do in the yellow cap. Austin Siegrist today, and his is on the way. He's going to leave it short, but it's going to roll.
It's going to roll a little bit more. It's a very makeable putt, Joey.
Great job by Siegrist to start it off a little rough here on hole 9, but he'll have a chance to save that. And with that, our 3 of our players specifically are close to the hole there. Siegrist, Minkle, and Otten.
Joey, this is where rounds are made. Not with birdies necessarily, but by saving par. You have to scramble on a lot of holes. If you want to shoot 71, which is par out here at Metamora Fields, if you want to shoot 70, if you want to shoot 72, you're going to have to scramble sometimes. You're going to have to deal with not ideal conditions, and of course, as our viewers are well aware, lots of wind today. You're going to screw up a few times, for lack of better wording, so you just have to roll with the punches. And taking a look at this group, they can certainly roll with the punches. Austin Siegrist is going to have a short putt for par, but it is a big putt.
Siegrist, Minkle, and Otten in the white, blue, and red. And it'll be Otten up first, Lanzer in black for Dunlap. See what Otten can do. About 20 feet to the hole. Wind picks up behind us, and Otten's putt is on the way. Oh, just skipped over the hole.
He hit it a little too hard, Joey. However, it is better to hit it too hard on a birdie attempt than to hit it too soft. Never leave a birdie putt short. Tate did not there, but got a bad bounce off the lip.
Never fun to wonder what could have been. Minkle up now, and he's got a slightly longer putt. We'll see what he can do. Downhill slightly, and his putt is on the way. Slowing down, and he'll leave that one short.
He's going to go right up to it and tap that in, Joey, but right off the face of his putter, he knew it was going to be short. He started walking after it, and of course, when you walk after a putt, you either know you made it or you know you left it short.
Par for Minkle. Testament to a great recovery, as we'll see from Siegrist here. Siegrist, I believe, is putting for birdie. For par, pardon me. And his putt is on the way.
Nice save.
He'll roll that in.
A little fist pump from Austin, the East Peoria Raider.
East Peoria with a great team this season. And great saves from Minkle and Siegrist. We'll see Lancer now. This is a birdie putt. Great approach, best approach on the hole from Lancer. See if he can get one up on his competition. And he does. Birdie for Eli Lancer.
That is big, Joey. We were talking to John Camosa earlier about where these players were at in terms of score. Minkle was a few shots behind. Otten was in the lead, and Lancer was right up there with him. And he drops another shot there. That's big.
Otten taps it in.
So 1 under as a group on number 9, Joey. Minkle with the 2-putt par, Otten with the 2-putt par, Lanzer with the birdie, and Segrist with the par save.
Some great saves on that hole there, Larry, and I wanted to go back to that to borrow from another sport. No crooked numbers if you want to shoot that good round. Keep those pars and birdies flowing. Save bogey when you have to. So they depart the 9th hole, and with that, our focus will shift to the 18th hole coming up. Not just yet. We'll hear from John Camosa in just a second. Pardon me, actually. We've got one more group up on the 9th, and that's Varsity 1B, Stevenson, Seconder, Watson, and Vincent, Peak and Dunlap EP, and Limestone. And that group, I was wrong to forget them because that group, really some talent there as well. You look at Carter Stevenson from Pekin, who we've mentioned throughout the day. Interested to see where he's at here as they tee off. Some great tee shots already from that group. But we are getting set to hear from John Camosa in just a little bit. And looking down off our tower, if you will, our Clutch Sports Media tower. He's getting set to pull his golf cart in, so he'll be up on the way in a second.
Joey, we are really blessed with this setup out here at Metamora Fields. You talk about the tower. Of course, the big boys in the PGA, those broadcasters, they get their towers out on the course. We really do almost have our own tower here off the 18th and 9th greens. Beautiful balcony on the 2nd floor of the clubhouse here at Metamora Fields Golf Club. I'm sure it's a beautiful setting to have your banquet, have your wedding perhaps. So if you're interested in that and this beautiful view, visit their website.
Phenomenal hospitality from the folks at Metamora Fields. They've been phenomenal for us. They let us come out and play the course on Sunday. And they've really it's been a lot of fun to be out here and to work with the guys who work here, a very passionate group. It's the sister course of Weaver Ridge in Peoria, another beautiful course. The people that run Metamora Fields in Weaver Ridge, they know golf.
They do, Joey. And Metamora Fields, relatively new to the area, built in 2010, and it looks brand new. The clubhouse, well-maintained. The course, of course, always well-maintained. That's one thing the coaches mentioned as well. This course is always in very good shape, as are a lot of courses around the Mid-Illini, Joey. Coyote Creek, a home course for Limestone, I want to say. Weaver Ridge, I'm sure a few teams play there throughout the course of the year. Lots of good courses out here.
Absolutely. Absolutely, as John Camosa steps up here to the tower, and we'll get him worked into the broadcast in just a second. Yep. Take that about halfway up, Jonathan. There we go. Our first video broadcast, ClutchSportsIL.com. John Camosa. John, you've been following that 1A group, Minkle, Lancer, Segrist, and Otten all day. What have you seen?
Well, guys, as you kind of saw there on 9, a lot, change right there because there's now a 3-way tie heading into the 10th hole between Mason Minkle, Tate Otten, and Austin Segrist. All shot a 2 over 37. So, it's going to be kind of a shootout there on the back. Eli Lancer struggled a little bit there in the middle of the match there. Shot a 42. Not bad. That, like I said earlier, that rain was kind of coming down heavy on the 3rd hole, and then it kind of evaporated from there. But yeah, some guys ran into some trouble, but once the clouds broke and that sun came out, it seemed like guys are definitely putting something together.
And looking at their rounds, John, it's easy to get frustrated in conditions like that. Have we seen a pretty even keel from these players?
We have. I've seen that the guys, on those short par 3s where that wind's really picked up and they've kind of hit some wayward shots where they maybe overshoot or undershoot the green, they've recovered very well up and down. That's what's crucial today is the short game's looking very good from Mason Minkle, Tate Otten, and Segrist. They're, even if they're overshooting or hitting a bad shot, they're getting up and down and recovering for par. So it's been pretty consistent.
Sounds like recovery has sort of been the name of the game for that group. We saw Segrist and Minkle kind of recover from tough tee shots there, and then just, you look at the round overall, Eli Lancer, a beautiful tee shot. He had a great hole 9. So, John, it sounds like recovery and perseverance sort of the name of the game for that 1A group.
And that's huge, too, with Eli Lancer. From Dunlap, he had an 8 on that par 5. That was the 3rd hole. And, you know, recovering from there and getting that big par here on 9 to close out, and only shooting a 42 can still obviously break 80 if he puts up a good back 9 there. So.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the 2 9s here, John, we've all played out here a little bit. You could probably say that the back 9 is the tougher 9.
Yes.
So what do you think awaits these players on the back?
Like you said, back 9's going to be tough. Been out here a handful of times, and obviously with how windy it is right now, it's only going to get worse on the back 9. That wind's picking up a lot more. So consistency, like I said, staying in the fairway, trying to even outside of the fairway, just staying in the shortcut, but not letting yourself get in that fescue. And it's going to be really tough out there if they don't keep that ball down the middle. So
doesn't look like to me that the wind. Well, and I've got to use my knowledge of the course here a little bit and think back to when we played it on Sunday, but I'm just thinking of that long par 5 on the back 9, 15 or 16.
16.
16. If the wind is blowing in their faces on that hole, that's going to make it very difficult. So we'll see if it shifts or what that looks like.
Yeah, and obviously just playing too conservative, you know, course management. I've seen a couple of these guys just playing smart holes, playing irons, down on clubs, whatever they're more consistent with. And, you know, nothing wrong with shortening your club or, you know, playing with what you're comfortable with. So good course management I've seen out of these 4 guys. So.
Yeah, that's what you would expect from the top group in the conference. And, John, we don't want to keep you too long. We'll let you get back out there and track that top group, Mason Minkle and a group of other players in a 3-way tie there.
Absolutely. Lancer Otten and Segrist, Minkle. It's going to be fun down the stretch, John. Thank you for keeping up with us today.
Right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, John. John Camoso working the course reporter role for Clutch Sports Media today. Happy to have him along.
Absolutely. And John and I go back to our days at the Peoria Journal-Star. I started as a staffer there. Would have been my freshman year at Bradley, so 2018 and 19. And great working with John there, and glad that we could bring him out here to help us out. Really knows the game of golf, and really what strikes me about John is that he's passionate about the game of golf. You can really see that out here. He's having a great time today. So.
Yeah, and who isn't? Even though it's windy, it is cold. I've got my gloves on. I'm enjoying it, Joey. The scenery is beautiful. All golf courses are a little beautiful in their own right, but especially here at Metamora Fields, lots to look at.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying those gloves.
Yes, I am.
My bare hands get to see the action. They're not covered by any accessories, so we're making do with it. It really is a very nice day out here. The wind is the only detriment that I could think of, but it's temperature-wise a beautiful day. Wind picks up, but it comes in gusts. As we have an approach shot, beautiful approach shot there from Carter Stevenson. He'll leave that just short of the hole. We'll watch, Larry, this 1B group, and then we'll take a look at holes 4 through 6 as part of our series of videos, Metamora Fields. But this 1B group, I don't mean to talk up 1A over 1B all that much, because Carter Stevenson has been rock solid for Pekin this year. Dakota Watson, Nolan Vincent, they've been very good. This B group is stellar in its own right.
Yeah, it certainly has been, Joey. And Nolan Vincent is a player that Limestone coach Greg Robinson talked to me a lot about. He's very impressed with this young man, taking the number 2 role for Limestone this year, but he has been right on the tail of Tate Otten all year long. And one thing Coach Robinson was talking up a lot was competition within the team. He said the Limestone Rockets are all about competition. They're all about pushing each other. Nobody wants to get outworked by the other player, by their teammates. And so they always try their hardest, whether it's a round or a practice. And I think that shows once they get into competition. They may not be the best group out here, Joey, but they can grind.
Absolutely. And a tap in there. That'll be a par. For Nolan Vincent from Limestone. It's a little tricky as we've seen some of the players change it up a little bit in terms of the uniforms. Not all Limestone players are wearing blue, but that was par for Vincent. This is Jack Seconder on his approach.
Long putt here, Joey, kind of tough.
Oh, well, great. Oh, he read that hill well. He's just going to leave it short and to the left. I don't even know if that was off to the left. Just short. Great putt from Jack there. And he'll just tap that in.
2 easy pars.
See what Stevenson can do here. It looks like he'll be up next. And he has about a 10-footer here, give or take. maybe even less than that, probably more around 6 to 8, and it's on the way. Oh, and he just left it right.
That was his birdie attempt. Yep. So another tap-in par. But my goodness, right there, you got to feel like you left a shot out there. But again, this is a long round, lots more birdie opportunities to come, so you got to be easy on yourself.
And Watson finishes it up for par. So that takes us through 1B, and you know, we saw a lot of the same things we saw with 1A there. Some good finishes, strong recoveries. And with that, we will go ahead and take you out back to the golf course holes I don't even know what I said there. Holes 4 through 6 at Metamora Fields, and we'll see if I can figure it out in that sequence. And another spoiler alert, I don't think I can. Pretty simple 326-yard par 4 from the blue tee on hole number 4. Dogleg left, you missed left, you're in trouble. Bunkers on the right, hit those, you're in trouble.
Four right.
Well, I didn't miss left, and that's good because there's a big steep drop-off over there, but unfortunately, I missed way right. My gosh, I hit the ball. It's flying, just not straight.
89-yard shot, and guess what? I missed left. So you see how steep this drop-off is. Luckily, I'm not far enough left to be in the fescue, which would be a really tough shot. This is manageable, though, a little bit tricky.
Imagine being in the fescue on this hole.
I've been there.
Me too.
That's embarrassing. There's a look at hole number 4 from behind the hole. Joey's got a putt, and I've got a chip.
Yeah, way off in the distance, you can see Larry's ball. I have my putter. All right, hole 5, par 3, 170 yards. As you can see, we do have a little bit of a hazard there, a little bit of nature, just a little bit short of that fairway that you've got in the green there. I'm going to lay up. Larry's not going to lay up, and I would not imagine that a lot of our golfers lay up on Thursday. That's one way to play it, though, if you have the skill level that I do. But 170 yards, very manageable with a good tee shot. Into the nature. Should have laid up.
No.
So Larry's first ball of the day is gone. I lost a ball on my tee shot, so I will drop from a similar place here, and we go down here. There's actually a creek, a little stream. I wouldn't even call it a creek that runs through this. You can see this is not an area that you're getting out of.
No, no. I'm going to hit one out of here anyways.
See how Larry does it. Good shot.
It'll work. Taking a look at this green, another very long one. Today's pin is in the very front, but I would imagine the pin would be placed somewhere near the back or the middle on Thursday. Here we are, hole number 6, 526-yard par 5 as the wind starts to pick up and the clouds start to roll in from the west. Hopefully we don't get rain, but taking a look at this hole here, this one plays long, especially if the wind is blowing into your face. On the tee shot, you've got fescue on the left, a bunker on the left side of the fairway. Right side, you should be okay. However, lots of undulation in the fairway kind of makes this hole a little bit interesting. Like I said, not very gettable in 2 shots. Strike one.
First time that's happened today.
All right.
In the rough, but you know, all told, I'll take it. All right, so this is my second shot coming up.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, basically, it's what Larry was said. A lot of elevation here. You know, swooping up, swooping down. What you call that? Undulation.
Yes.
That's the word for it. And if I miss right, you know, I've got 2 bunkers to worry about there. If I miss left, you can see it's a real steep incline if I hit that short. So essentially, I've just got to hit it straight to the pin, and hope it sticks. Can I do it, Larry?
No.
As I said, this would be a great opportunity to set up an outlet truss if I can do it. Yeah.
Look at it go.
Topped it.
So taking a look at the green here on number 6, as the wind continues to howl. It has 2 tiers. So up here we're standing on the upper tier, and down there the pin is on the lower tier. You're going to want to hit the shot on the correct tier. Hit it up here, the pin's over there, you're in trouble. It's going to be a tough putt. Welcome back to Metamora Fields Golf Club in Metamora, Illinois. Clutch Sports Media proudly presenting the Mid-Illini Boys Golf Conference Championship. Larry Larson and Joey Wright in with you. You just saw a little bit of our golfing skills. Holes 4 through 6 here at Metamora Fields. And Joey, you kind of had a rough day.
Yeah, skills or lack thereof would be the more appropriate way to put it. And I'm trying to think back to 4 through 6. Hole would have been 5 was when I tried to lay up, and then for which was a dubious strategy to begin with, and then I just shanked it into the fescue, so that was a fun one. Yeah, they all blend together when you're a golfer like me. No hole that we played really stood out as like, oh, I really did a good job with that. We think we tied on 1. I think we tied on 2. We both had 5, but
yeah, we both picked up doubles there.
It's these guys that we see before us today. They are far more capable than me, and even generally a little more capable than you. Not a dig, but you're not in those Belvedere Bucks days anymore.
No, certainly not. My days as varsity number 1 are long over. Now I'm varsity number 1 on Clutch Sports Media.
There we go. Or tied for 1.
Yes.
With me and our entire crew. Jonathan Michael is here now running our camera. Evan Johnson. Josh Schwam, great pictures from around the course. Really did a great job following 1A on their front 9. Has some cool pictures on our Twitter account and all our social media accounts. And then John Camosa, our course reporter today. We've got 6. We could field a team, and I think we're all number 1. Maybe tie everyone for 1. I'll go down to 6. But it's really, Larry, a great time out here, and we've got a bit of a lull, no varsity action in front of us right now, but it's been an awesome tournament thus far.
Certainly has been, as our attention shifts to the 18th green as you see a chip from a Washington player there going a bit long. We've talked throughout the broadcast about how the wind is at the backs of players on number 9 and number 18. So that could play well into tee shots, especially for the longer hitters to get it nice and close on their drive, and we saw that pay off with a few birdies on number 9, and I would not be shocked to see a little bit more of the same on number 18, Joey.
No, No, me either. And looking at number 18, Larry, it's the first time today that we've really focused in on the 18th green. Tell you a little bit about this 18th hole. It's a 401-yard par 4, similar to 9, but a few distinct differences. They share the same water hazard, but this would affect you on the right, whereas on the tee shot on 9, that would affect you on the left. Some bunkers, kind of one guarding the green there, just short, one just beyond it. And there's one that, with a bad tee shot, could come into effect there up close. Although that's relatively close to the tee box, I don't think that'll cause any of our players any problems today.
You see a chip bladed a little bit all the way to the other side of the green. And, Joey, this group has been all over the place. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a player hit a shot from over the fescue on the range back towards the green. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And I think the boldest strategy in this group is wearing shorts from the player that just putted. It is chilly out here. Temperature hovering around 50 degrees today. With the wind blowing, you got to factor in that wind chill. It's probably around 45.
Hey, man, some people can just do it. You know, some people, it's shorts. You know, going back to my high school days, you know, I feel like I would see that more. It would be, 20 degrees out, and there would always be this one kid who would wear shorts no matter what. That's just what they do. But I can't say that I am that person. I like it cold, but and another thing too is, playing the course, you warm up a little bit. So
yeah.
I mean, maybe he's just playing to his own strengths.
We can confirm that the entire Clutch Sports media team is in pants today.
Yep.
At Metamora Fields Golf Club. We thank you for joining us. ClutchSportsIL.com or our YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe for more content like this, interviews, live broadcasts, and the like.
Jeans for me, khakis for you. I really can't tell what Jonathan's wearing. And
golf pants.
Golf pants? Oh, there we go. Okay. Interesting. Maybe he's going to take some swings after we get done. Who knows? And
who could blame him? It's a beautiful course.
Certainly not me. Great to play out here on Sunday. You mentioned the inconsistency, though, in this JV group that we've got on 18 now. I saw one player earlier hit it he was in that bunker there just beyond the green, and he hit it from the bunker just onto the rough in front of it. So not quite a great shot there, and that's just kind of been the story of this group. We'll see if the shorts can impact this putt. The wind has shifted a little bit now. It's blowing towards us, towards our camera.
And he does not have enough. Broke just a little bit to the right there. We'll have a few more groups before the varsity players start getting in here, Joey. Of course, the JV players taking a little longer, and we've talked with a few varsity coaches. Of course, they usually coach the JV team as well. Golf teams usually only have one coach, but there is a great discrepancy between the top JV groups and the lower JV groups. For the top JV groups, you've got teams like Pekin up there with players who played on varsity last year and even went to state and played for Pekin. And this year they're on JV. Adam Cash, namely, Dawson Knoll also, if I'm not mistaken. Those are two players who were on Pekin's varsity team last year and failed to make the varsity team in qualifying this year. So that's got to be a tough pill to swallow, but you have to figure that they are well in contention for the JV individual title.
I would imagine, and we were talking about that last night. It's a good problem to have, of course, if you're peaking more good players than spots available, and great on Adam Cash, namely, and the other players, because it's not just it's several players for that Pekin team that have had to take that JV role on, and credit to them, that's team first mentality at its finest. If you can do it, you've got varsity talent, but you play at the JV level as a senior, and certainly, you would hope for them. Of course, no rooting interest in the booth and Clutch Sports Media, but you'd hope for Adam Cash and company that they could raise that JV title, just as some sort of validation. You always want to go, no matter what you're participating in, you want to win, and they have a chance to do that here today.
Joey, we had a near incident on the 18th green. A player forgot his putter or his wedge down there next to that sand trap. He walked down to get it, and the approach shot from a Metamora player, if I'm not mistaken, from the middle of the fairway, bounced right past him. A close call, to say the least. I'm kind of glad we didn't catch that one on video. That could have ended poorly.
Certainly, and that had happened. I'm glad you pointed that out because I was glancing over back at the 9th green where we have a JV group going at it there. Another player is in shorts on the what is going on all of a sudden? My goodness, we have another player in shorts on the 9th green, but it's you look at these golf courses, Metamora Field, any golf course, you look at all this big green space in front of us. You would think that you've got enough room to avoid a ball or avoid calamity, but that's why they've got 4 in the dictionary. Sometimes you've got to get out of the way.
Joey, if I'm not mistaken, this may be a varsity group coming up. We got a player from Metamora approaching the green.
Who is the 3rd player we've seen? We didn't see anyone in shorts for the first hour and a half. Now we've seen 3. He's coming back. And you're right, though. This may be a varsity group.
We apologize for the confusion. Yep. Of course, we don't have a pair of binoculars. We don't have headshots of the players. We do have a tee sheet list, however. It would make sense that varsity players would be coming up on 18. Of course, in case you're just joining us today, it is a shotgun start for Metamora Fields. Players starting on all 18 holes. JV started on the back 9 and varsity started on the front 9. Our top group, including Mason Minkle, started on number 1, and they are now on hole number 11 or 12. Our course reporter, John Camosa, has followed them all day and kept up with the action. It was a 3-way tie at the turn in that top group between Mason Minkle, Tate Otten of Limestone, and Austin Segrist of East Peoria. 3 players that could make state in a normal year. Of course, COVID-19 taking away that opportunity this year as we've seen approach onto the green, a little bit short of the pin, but that player will have a putt.
Yeah, and I believe that's Washington. We'll get a good read on that here. Pardon me, Washington off in the fescue over there. Morton and Metamora here approaching the green.
If this is a varsity group, it would be varsity group 9A. Grant Knutson from Washington, Ryan Kenyon from Metamora, Anthony Hordeski from Morton, and Ian Koiser from Canton. Looks like a shot will be coming out of the fescue, something to watch on the far right of your screen.
Yep, and that's going to be Washington's Knutson. I believe this is 9A. So
would not surprise me.
I believe we're back to where we've started. And 9A was one of the groups that we covered early on with no audio. But
look out.
Ooh,
the shot is bladed into the water. So Grant Knutson will have to dig a new ball out of his bag.
Or go fishing. Get out the fishing pole.
I wouldn't recommend that.
I wouldn't recommend that either. We were told earlier there are fish in that water hazard, so that pond is home to some, including Grant Knutson's ball. And we'll see. He's going to drop from the same spot in that fescue on the green.
That's a bold play, Joey. And, of course, when you hit a shot into the water, you have a few options. One of those options is to play the ball from the exact spot that you hit your last shot. Another option is to play it on a line no closer to the hole where it entered the hazard. And a situation like this is tricky. Knutson puts it right on the green. That's a much better shot for him. But that was a bold play, considering he just bladed a shot into the water and went back to the same exact shot, hit it a little better this time. Putt coming up from Ian Koiser of Canton on the front of the green. Had a little trouble with the ridge in the middle of the green on number 18.
If I could go back to Knutson there and his decision to hit the ball from the same lie, as we've got a putt coming up, I just want to say that maybe doing so, Larry, that's going to allow him a little closure and a little confidence moving forward, knowing that he could put the ball back in the same place and hit a nice little chip as he did right there.
Putt coming up from Anthony Hordeski, Morton number 6. The line is inaccurate and it did not have enough speed. Work left.
Now, I would have liked to see him put just a little more into that. And, putting is goes without saying. It's probably the toughest part of the game, and just so much of that is knowing how much to put on or to take off a putt. Didn't find the right balance there. Should still be able to save par if my count is accurate with a good finish, and it's a pretty manageable finish that he has coming up as well.
Putt from Knutson. Pushes it off to the right.
And I believe this next putt that Knutson has will be longer than the putt that he just took, and that's always tough. Disheartening when you're on the green and you just keep pushing it around. And you've got to hope for his sake and for our Washington fans viewing right now that he can figure it out.
This is indeed the group of sixes. Anthony Hordesky for Morton. It's a player that we talked about with head coach Jamie King. Missed the first 2 weeks of the season in quarantine. He did not test positive for COVID-19, but of course, proper precautions being taken. And that is the case for a lot of teams, Joey. They have had a fair amount of players that have missed a good amount of time due to COVID-19, and that really throws off the rhythm of a season.
It throws off the rhythm, and it also throws off the tee sheet and kind of where teams can slot players moving forward, because we've got a lot of golfers in this one, Larry. As King told us there about his golfer, we've got so many 4s, 5s, and 6s that could play higher, and they're playing great golf right now, him included.
Here's a putt from Ryan Kenyon, and he leaves it short.
Him, of course, Hordesky. See if Knutson can finish here, Larry. I really... Oh, and he just left it short.
It's unfortunate. And whenever you have a hole like that, it is really disheartening. How do you bounce back from that?
Well, it's what we talked about earlier, Larry. When you're playing poorly, you look for any excuse, anything you can tell yourself to move past that. And luckily for Knutson, he's going to move past the 18th and onto a new hole now, a different 9. So maybe you tell yourself, hey, new 9, even if it's not my 9th hole of the day, or if it's not, doesn't represent quite a new 9 for him, you just say, hey, new set of holes, let's go get it. Let's go get after it.
Of course, this varsity group, if we do have the correct group, they did start on number 9, so finishing 18 would represent
a new 9.
A new 9.
Yep, exactly. So in his case, he can tell himself new 9, but even if he had started on, say, 14, and we didn't have any varsity groups start on 14, but you just look for those things throughout the course of a round, any sort of symbolism and representation of a start anew.
Varsity Group 9A is finished on number 18. Right behind them is Varsity Group 8A. Cody Hoffer from Washington, Calvin Renz from Metamora, Elijah Snyder from Morton, and Colton Hess representing Canton. Looks like a player found the water, Joey. If I'm not mistaken, that would be a player in red, so either a Redbird or a Potter. It's tough to tell.
3 different levels of water on this hole, Larry. You've got water right off next to the tee box, which should not be a problem for anyone. Oh, and that'll find the water.
Another shot in the water. That was off the club face of Hoffer. And he just left that one off to the right. Did not close the club face enough. And back-to-back Washington Panthers find the water.
Following Knutson there. That found the 3rd level of the water that I was talking about. But if you look at the hole, you see that water right off next to the tee box. Not going to be a problem for anyone. Those guys, looks like Washington and Morton are right by that 2nd level of water. And then that 3rd level of water. All 3 are different hazards right up next to the green. Can really punish you if you don't get that approach shot down pat. If you hook it.
Canton player did find the fairway. It's Colton Hess.
Colton Hess, a name you might recognize from ClutchSportsIL.com's football coverage last season, as he has his approach right on the line here. Starting cornerback for the Little Giants.
Looks to be on target, lands short, and that will find the sand. Into the trap goes Colton Hess. He'll have to make a sand save.
And that shot, as I mentioned, was right on line. It was heading for the flag stick, but he just didn't get enough power on it there. That would have been a great shot if it had had a little bit more on it and found the green. Probably would have taken a little bit of a roll, but he left it a little short, found that hill, rolled right down into the bunker.
And here's a yanked shot from a well ways away. Takes a hop on the cart path and finds the fescue. That would have been Calvin Renz or Elijah Snyder. Either one of those two players. And Joey, I believe that was the player that found the water.
It can add up so easily on this course.
Here's the shot from another player in red, and it is enough to find the green, and he'll be putting.
Yeah, I thought off the club face there, and apologies there for getting into you. I thought that he had chunked it and that it was going to find that rough, but he got lucky on that and caught a good roll.
He is just a little bit short of that ridge that is in the middle of the 18th green. And Joey, as we talked about in our Around the Course video, which we will step away to take another look at here in a few moments once this group comes through, there is a ridge, and it's all about getting your ball on the correct side of that ridge.
Hey, absolutely, and you know we talked about it on the 9th. If you can leave the ball short of the flag stick and short of the pin, ideally, kind of on that lower ridge, you're going to be in good shape. Here he's going to have to go up and left to get to the pin. So that'll be a tough. He's probably going to have to two-putt there, Larry. If I had to put money on it, I mean, certainly that's a tough putt to make.
It's all about lagging it up there.
And he's on the edge of the green there too, so not quite the green, just on that edge.
The shot from Cody Hoffer rolls a bit long, but he will also have a putt after he ended up in the drink.
And that took a little right-hand turn there at the end of its roll, left from our perspective.
Now the search is on for the ball in the fescue. It's always tough to find, and Joey, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're looking a little too short.
I think so. I think it's a little further up that hill, but it's just so tough, Larry, to look for a ball. And this is probably the area of the game where I can provide the most analysis. It's tough to find a ball in that fescue, just from having to do that so many times on Sunday. It's not easy, and it's so hard if you just maybe miss the line, get that off in your head a little bit, and then you lose track of where the ball went, and you just start searching up and down. And we've got a search party of 5 looking for this ball. Look at this. Make that 6. It looks like they've got someone else has joined in.
That's certainly a plus of having spectators, Joey.
Yes, but I mean, and they still can't track it down. It's just so hard to find a ball, and then you get into the, maybe you'll find a ball, but it's what I said earlier, a ball from someone who played here weeks or months ago, or whatever it may be, however often they go through and get that cleared out. But it's just, the odds of there being, maybe they find one of my balls from the other day. It's just so hard to get things out of the fescue. It really is.
You got to look at that thick fescue on our first Around the Course video. I found that fescue behind hole number 1. Now the search party expands to 6.
Yep. And they've got, just trying to look at who, and great on some of the fellow competitors there. It looks like a lot of people have been helping out in that search. Going to have Cody Hoffer. He's getting ready to at least look at his next shot, his putt, while they look.
That's just what you got to do as a sportsman. You help out your fellow competitors, especially in the game of golf. But also you want to keep the pace of play up. And if they're not able to find this ball, they will likely take a drop.
I'm surprised the search has gone on for this long, and Cody has said, "You guys can keep looking." So I'm gonna practice my next shot. And he's not the only one to do that. He was helping him earlier, I believe. But it's just, as I said, it's so tough, and there's not a whole lot more you can say. It's this real tall, thick grass. You'd think that the ball would stand out a little more, but it doesn't always do that, especially if you burrow it deep in there.
Well, it gets buried in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All it takes is 1 or 2 bounces, and that thing is nearly eaten alive.
Yeah. Depends also a lot on the angle with which it comes in at. You know, if it's this high arcing shot, it's going to go down just straight into everything, and just sort of depends on the velocity and the trajectory. Not to throw a lot of physics at our viewers, but
didn't you take a physics class?
I took a physics class last year.
That was a mistake.
That was a mistake, but I passed with a C as
flying colors.
Yes, yes. C's get degrees, as they say. No, I that was one of my worst classes. As
we know golf physics, though.
Hoffer leaves it left there. Yeah, we know golf. Golf is golf is fun physics. You know, we were talking about like thermodynamics a little bit and all these interesting stuff if your mind can think that way. But I'm okay. I'll be okay.
Looks like our player in the fescue is very close to taking a drop after he hit his approach shot into the long stuff. The other 3 players have congregated on the green. Joey, this may be a JV group based on the large gap in between them and the group behind them. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, it may be, and we'd have to look at our tee sheet and see, and he will take a drop over there. This is comprised of the same schools that would make up our varsity group. So we'll see during it. We'll cut to a video here after this, and we'll take a look at that. But we will have a drop.
John Camosa will be calling in with a report from the course after the top group finishes their next hole. So John Camosa will have a report from out on the course for us, and then we will take a around the course break from when Joey and I played Metamora Fields on Sunday, as the putt rolls short for the Canton Little Giant.
And that'll be 7 through 9, so we'll finish up. We'll end right up just below where we're at today on the 9th hole there. Similar, I mean, really, when we played on Sunday, similar conditions to what we have now. It was a little more overcast.
A bit warmer.
Maybe a little warmer, too, yeah. Especially at the start of our round, because we played kind of into the twilight hours. But the wind, I think, was similar. I think the wind was comparable to what we had today. And it just gets so windy at Metamora Fields, as we've talked about, with the lack of trees. There are trees, of course, as you look out at the course, but they're few and far between compared to what you might find at another course. It's very much a links-style course, Metamora Fields.
Which is generally refreshing for the Central Illinois area. Not a lot of links-style courses in the Peoria area. Metamora Fields is likely the only one. You've got Weaver Ridge, a very nice championship course, sister course of Metamora Fields. That's not a links course. Coyote Creek, home course to Limestone, not a links course. Metamora Fields, needless to say, one of the nicest courses in the Peoria metropolitan area. The putt from one of our players rolls short.
Links course or not, whenever I swing the sticks, pardon me, I tell people that I'm heading to hit the links, as John Camosa will join us in just a second.
And here is John Camosa. John, what are things looking like in the top group?
Hey guys, so like we talked about after the turn there, the wind has picked up big time. Wind's blowing in very hard in their face, so the guys are kind of have to overcome that challenge. Mason Mankel, Tate-Ott, and Austin Seagrass all had bogey on that 10th hole. And then since then, Mason parred 11, and a couple of the other guys bogeyed as well. So that wind's definitely a factor. Mason is 3 over right now, and Tate-Ott is tied with him at 3 over, and Austin Seagrass right there behind at 4 over. Eli Lancer kind of fell behind there at 11 over. So yeah, a little shake up in the scores now, but they just hit some good approach shots on that long par 5 on 12. So we'll see how things unfold.
Certainly the wind playing a factor up here as well, John. And do you think the pressure is mounting? Certainly it looks like Minkle and Otten are separating from the pack a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, even with the wind in their face blowing in, it seems like these guys are staying dialed in, and they haven't let that really, affect their shots too much. They're still staying straight, and even if they aren't right on the fairway, they're just a little. Like I said, they're embracing the wind, obviously cleaning up on number 2 to kind of overcome that. But yeah, it seems like they're still dialed in their games and not letting the wind affect them too much.
All right, John, thanks for that report, and we will talk to you in a little bit. John Camosa, our course reporter today, taking us around the course and keeping an eye on that top group. Mason Minkle and Tate Otten tied for the lead as far as we know in that top group. However, Joey, we say tied for the lead, but we need to take that with a grain of salt because we don't know what that second top group is doing.
No, Carter Stevenson from Pekin Headlines, that 2B group, or pardon me, 1B group. Second, you'd call that the second group. And, we talk about what's 1B doing. What are some of the other groups doing too? Maybe someone has snuck out and they've had a really good round. So we think the winner comes from that 1A group. That's kind of been the conversation. But maybe it's Stevenson. Maybe it's someone from 1B, not just Stevenson. Or maybe, the outside chance that someone from 2A, 3A, 4A, what have you, maybe they're having a good round too. So just tough to follow. But you'd think that 1A group is full of the front runners.
As we get a break in the action on hole number 9 and hole number 18, we will give you some more action from when Joey and I played Metamora Fields on Sunday. We will show off holes 7 through 9 coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com. You are watching the Mid-Illini Boys Conference Golf Tournament.
All right, ready to tee it up on hole 7, par 4, 338 yards from the blue tee. This hole looks simple enough, but there are a few things that could pose some challenges. There's a bunker on the left, about 3/5 of the way up. That can pose a problem on your tee shot. So there's water off to the right up near the green. That won't pose a problem on the tee, but that could make for a tricky approach if you hook it off, slice it off to the right on that tee shot. So you want to hit it straight. If you can keep it straight, I guess most holes would be simpler, this one included.
Wind's blowing. Up here by the green, you've got the water on the right-hand side. I hit it in there, unfortunately. But looking at the green, it's a big green. You've got this complex off to the right. A bunker short of the green right there. Also a bunker behind the green. So lots of hazards surrounding this one. If you hit it on this side, you're going to have to hit it over the water.
Luckily for us, we both set them down actually pretty good on the green here. So Larry with a bit of a shorter putt than I, and 2 pretty simple putts, I would say, coming up for us.
181-yard par 3 here on the 8th hole. So coming down the home stretch of the front 9. It's pretty straightforward. You got a bunker short left that shouldn't come into play unless you really mess up, quite frankly. And then the bunker on the right, that will come into play a little bit. For us, it probably won't because the wind is blowing across the hole to the left. I think the main feature of difficulty about this hole is the length of it and also the green complex. We'll take a look at that up at the green.
Oh.
Hole number 9, a 427-yard par 4. Taking a look at the hazards here, the water on the left should not come into play. You've got a bunker on the right where if you really slice the ball, you could end up there. There's another bunker further up on the right that will come into play for the longer hitters. So there's a hazard for everybody on this hole. And it's one of the longer par 4s, especially here on the front 9. We'll get a few more longer ones on the back. But for the shorter hitters, it could play tough. So 420 plus yards on number 9. I've only got 88 yards in. I crushed it, gotta say. Probably had a little bit to do with the wind, as you can see, kind of howling at our backs, but hopefully I can take advantage of this. It's been a rough front 9, as Joey can attest to. Hopefully we can get some momentum here headed into the back.
Here on the 9th hole green now, of course off to the green on what would be the left side approaching it. There is all that water, and you can see the wind really affecting that water right now. That would affect your approach shot. Behind the green here, we've got this bunker. It can be a pretty deep bunker, especially here if you find yourself in this neck of the woods. And behind that, even a little bit of more water. A little bit more water, that is, if you really hammer that approach shot in. And there's this little collection area back behind it, as Larry alluded to earlier. A lot of those on this course here today. Larry, what are we putting for? For bogey here for Larry. See if he can get it. And he can. Joey Wright back in with you. ClutchSportsIL.com is live from a very windy Metamora Fields Golf Club, site of the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament. As Larry Larson gets set to join back with us, it's been a fun tournament thus far, to say the least. Wind is playing a factor. Rain played a factor early. For a while, it was calm and serene, but the wind is expected to continue to play a role as we move forward into the tournament. As we talked about before the break, we do have some front runners. Mason Minkle and that 1A group right now, they are jockeying for the lead. But Larry, as we said, you never know with these conditions who's going to step up and have that big round, as we're about halfway through our coverage today.
Yeah, you just certainly do not know, because those top golfers, certainly they've played the best all year long. Pardon me as I catch my breath running up from the stairs downstairs. I was trying to figure out who these groups are, Joey, and I did get an update on that. So coming up on number 18 will be Group 6B.
6B
followed by 6A.
Okay.
So those two groups flip-flopped on their own doing, according to Metamora's assistant coach. So we thank him for the assist on that. So varsity 6B is coming up on hole 18, and that group that we saw before we cut to the video was varsity group 4, so the number 4 players. So that would have been varsity group 7A.
10-4, and that was as we talked about during the break, Larry, that was an oddly slow hole from a varsity group. It was kind of interesting to see them play at the pace they did, but it seems like the field has reached some separation right now, because they didn't have anyone behind them. The next group now, and as we said, that would be 6B is next.
Yes, sir.
6B is next, and they are just teeing off right now. They're just getting ready to go. So that was 7A, they really pulled away there.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you're going to see gaps like that on a day like today, even though there are players starting on every single hole. There are ebbs and flows of how the game goes. Some groups are quicker than others, and especially when you've got JV groups in the mix, things are always interesting.
Yep, we'll see how it all plays out, see if they can stay this separate or if it'll clot back up as we move along. 6B, we have seen them before. Sam Pershing, Liam McAllister, Connor Loudermilk, and AJ DeLost, the 3 golfers from Washington, Metamora, Morton, and Canton. Excited to see these guys.
Joey, we'll get to see them from tee to green on this hole. Not sure if our camera can zoom in that closely. That camera does have good zoom as you see a drive roll right down the middle of the fairway. That should be at about 100 yards or within 100 yards. A good tee shot there from varsity group 6B to start.
6B, and they were one of the first groups that we saw this morning, Larry. That's Pershing, McAllister, Loudermilk, and DeLost. And Connor Loudermilk, if nothing else, Morton's number 3. That's got to be all Mid-Illini Conference name. We talked about that a little bit last night.
Of course, Connor Loudermilk is one of a few multi-sport athletes playing today in the Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament. Under normal circumstances, Connor is a soccer player for the Potters in the fall, but with the soccer season being postponed until the spring, Loudermilk picked up the golf clubs and is now varsity number 3 for head coach Jamie King.
It's a theme we've seen, as you said, around the course. Tyler Bass, a golfer anyways, but he's in 5A, which is the next group down on our sheet. Not the next one we'll see, but he's one of the better basketball players on a very good team is Tyler Bass. And just kind of going through the list, just picking out some names. We see
Will Eskridge, a football player for Canton.
Yes, sir. Colton Hess is also a Canton Little Giant, and he is their starting cornerback, as I mentioned. So a lot of sports ties in this field today. And I want to mention this, a quick little aside. We'll see him in Group 5A, but Jackson Gray has really brought quite the fan base to our viewing audience today, and our stream just filled. I looked over the break with Jack Gray comments, so his fan club is out in droves today, and we'll see him in a few groups. But I wanted to, as we've got this little break in the action, throw that out there and tell those guys thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting Jackson Gray today.
Hold tight, Jackson Gray fan club. He's coming.
He's coming. We've it seems like it's been Minkle watch, and to some extent following that top group, I think we got to have Joko go take a look at varsity 5A. Keep tabs on Jackson Gray, what he's up to.
Joey, Jackson Gray is a player who could also find himself in the mix. Last year, he finished second to Mason Minkle at this Mid-Illini Conference golf tournament. Of course, not played here at Metamora Fields, but it's kind of tough for us to keep track of logistically. You've got the top players on the top teams all playing together. But, of course, Jackson Gray is the best player on the worst team in the conference, the Canton Little Giants, coming in last place. But he is certainly a player that could win this tournament in these conditions.
Yep, and A.J. DeLost, his teammate, is in this group. It's funny we talk about Canton being probably the team with the least luck this season, the team that's been down, because Canton has really had they've had some good golf squads over the past few years.
They have, Joey, and
head coach.
I'd like to say that there's a lot of parity in the Mid-Illini Conference, and you mentioned head coach Mike Emery. Yep. He's dealt with a lot of talent, but this year a down year, and he's taken advantage of the fact that COVID canceled all the other fall sports. He's picked up a few football players, as we touched on.
Yep, I mean, as we talked about with Hess and Eskridge, and they're and it's good to see athletes from other sports pick up the clubs. You know,
it is.
Golf right now, and especially through the pandemic, it's undergone a little bit of a boom. You know, and we talked about this the other day, and you talked about this with the guys from No Laying Up, a great article for the Bradley Scout last week, I think, or the week before, whenever it was. You know, they mentioned to you that golf in the last few months, it's been really the only thing that people can do.
Yes.
As people can't enjoy the same activities they could have in normal times, golf has been a sport that's been able to proceed with the right regulations and distancing in place. And as a result, more people and more athletes from other sports picking up the clubs for the first time.
Yeah, that chat with DJ Piehowski of No Laying Up, a producer for them. And they were in Peoria this summer to film a few episodes of the Strapped video series, a great concept, I should say. I highly suggest checking those out, of course, after the Mid-Illini boys tournament concludes here on Clutch Sports Media, as we see an approach shot there from Sam Pershing of Washington, right in the middle of the green. He'll have a look at birdie, but he'll have to putt it over the ridge. Before that, we saw a shot that rolled on the cart path and ended up right next to the fescue, and there we see another approach shot land short. I believe that was from Liam McAllister of Metamora.
Yeah, and McAllister's shot, I thought that was going to roll just into the rough. Stayed on the short stuff. It's on the fairway, and he'll have a nice chip for to get onto the green.
Connor Loudermilk is responsible for the booming drive in the middle of the fairway. Here's his second shot. Looks to be on target. He likes it for good reason. Rolls just past the pin, a bit too much, but he'll also have a look at birdie.
Yeah, just a bit too much, but he'll have a nice straight look at the pin. Not a lot of elevation changes. Maybe it slopes down just a little to the right. Would be downwards, so he might have to put that up a little bit, but he'll have an easy look. And he would have liked that to sit just a little bit more. It looked like he was going to be much closer to the flagstick.
It did, and these greens, as they dry out after the rain that the course received this morning, they will become less receptive as the wind howls over them and hardens them up a little bit. The player on the cart path is A.J. DeLost from Canton. His shot bounced on the hill and then proceeded to roll onto the cart path. Players do receive free relief from the cart path, so he will get a better lie. But the tricky part about this is, Joey, is he needs to find a spot that is no closer to the hole. He does just that, taking his drop, and he will hit his third shot from there.
Want to see how close he gets to the path here. He's right up against it. And just certainly, that lie, he'll be fine. You just don't want to ground your club face into the cart path. That would cause all sorts of problems. But he's all right.
Chip from DeLost. Rolls on. Lots of work left for par. The players in this group, the player in the black is Liam McAllister from Metamora. Connor Loudermilk is in red from Morton. So the drive that split the fairway was Liam McAllister. Loudermilk in red for Morton. DeLost in black and with the Nike swoosh for Canton. And Sam Pershing in bright orange. Here's the shot from Connor Loudermilk, putting from the rough. Good speed, taking a late turn, nearly knocks it in. What a putt that was from Connor Loudermilk. He'll have a nice tap in for par. Chatting up Liam McAllister about that putt. Looks like A.J. DeLost is next up.
Good start. He's going to leave that just left, it looks like. And he will. Quick scoring update for you, Larry, from the 12th hole. John Camosa reports that Minkle still leading that top group at 2 over. Eli Lancer and Mason Minkle both birdied that 12th hole, so they've overcome the wins elsewhere on the course.
Thanks for that update, Joey. Of course, you can follow John Camosa on Twitter, providing updates all day for us. The putt from Sam Pershing goes right of the hole, leaves himself with a lot of work to do wants to make that next one. This pin comes out of the hole.
I do want to ask you, Larry, do you think it makes it more difficult to putt with the flag stick out now that maybe these players have grown more accustomed to putting with it in, just because of everything that's gone on over the past few months? And a lot of courses you've got to leave the stick in just as a precautionary measure. Do you think after growing used to that, you try to keep the stick in, or is it just do you revert back to wanting it out?
Connor Loudermilk taps in for par.
Yep.
Joey, I don't think it plays that big of a difference. Either way, the hole is still the same circumference. You're not going to deal with that much of a change as that putt blazes by the left side of the hole. McAllister with the miss there. He will go right ahead and finish from about 3 feet. And on second thought, he will mark it. Probably a smart move for the Redbird. But, Joey, you do bring up a good point. Some guys are much more confident putting with the stick in. From my personal experience, I could go either way, and I certainly can't speak for these golfers in this group. Here's the putt from Pershing, and that one just sits on the edge, and he is frustrated with himself. He can't believe it didn't go in.
That is probably the closest we've seen today to oh man, he's gonna tap it in. He has to. He's in the way there, but that's the epitome of brutality, to borrow from John Rothstein.
McAllister finishes his score on number 18, and DeLost cannot do the same. Misses the short putt, and misses another short putt. You want to talk about the epitome of brutality, and he misses again. Oh, Joey, that is bad. If I'm not mistaken, that is a 5-putt for A.J. DeLost, and we don't want to lay on these high school players, certainly amateurs, but you never want to have that.
Should have kept the stick in. No, but we've seen all of the players in this tournament, even up at the top. I mean, all of them at some point have done that or put up a crooked number. It's a tough game. It may look easy to the untrained eye, and of course, those of us who have played rounds know that it is a very difficult sport, and sometimes that happens. What will be key for him is to just shake it off. It's what we've talked about a few times. Moving on to a different 9 now. You move past the 18th, even if this isn't, even if you didn't start on 9, even if this isn't the end of your first 9 or second 9, whatever it may be, you move on to a new set of holes. You can leave that behind you and start anew, and I have no doubt that he will be able to do that.
That's the beauty of golf, Joey. It's a new hole every time you tee off.
Yes, sir.
So you get a chance to renew your chances and turn your round around.
Tried to say this earlier. I don't know if it came out, but when I play, I like to divide it up into 18 9-hole segments. So, yeah, what I mean by that is, as Larry said a moment ago, every hole, a new hole. Can always leave it behind you, as we've got 6A moving down the fairway here. They've already teed off.
6A, it'll be Evan Sedlacek for Washington, Tyler Langston for Metamora, Bailey Strode from Morton, and Will Eskridge from Canton. The number 2 group for these schools, and it looks like 3 players landed their tee shots on or near the fairway. 2 up there pretty close near the 100-yard marker, and 1 just missing the fairway bunker on the left. That's something you always want to avoid on your approach shot here on number 18. But Joey, the bunker that I really would not like to be in is the bunker on the back left, because then you got to hit your shot out of there while being careful not to hit it in the water.
Yeah, and we've seen both sides of that. We saw it was a JV group earlier and one of the golfers was in the bunker, and he didn't have enough power on it, and so he went from the bunker to that little patch of rough right on the outside of it. And then conversely, it was that group we saw a little while ago. Someone didn't rotate their club enough, just speared it right into the water, and nearly took out a player on the green at the time there also. So we've seen it go in the water on a screaming line drive, and we've seen little whimpers just barely make it out.
Happens to the best of them. Now we're getting up near the best of them for Washington, Metamora, Morton, and Canton. Varsity group number 6A. Somebody found the fairway bunker on the short left.
Yeah, and Larry, that was a great point you raised a moment ago, because it goes without saying that bunker far more forgiving. I mean, you hit it too far on that shot out of the bunker. You know, probably worst case scenario is you wind up in that rough stuff.
Look at that approach shot from the long fairway bunker. Player from either Morton or Metamora. I believe that was Tyler Langston, Metamora number 2, hitting that one through the green. A long approach shot from the fairway bunker. He takes care of business. Here comes the approach shot from Canton's Will Eskridge, and he's also long, but he'll have a putt for birdie.
Yeah, he got that to sit on the green, and he'll have a long birdie putt there, but I think he can probably, at the very worst, I think he could probably two-putt that in.
So, excuse me, Joey, I mixed up my players. That last shot was from Metamora's Tyler Langston. Langston hitting that shot long on the green, and the shot prior, the ball sitting just off the green next to the green side bunker, is Bailey Strode.
So bear with me here, Larry. You could say that you took a two-putt on getting the names correct there. There we go. We tie it back in.
I did. You know, you always want a one-putt when
do.
you're getting people's names, so apologies to our viewers watching for all the name confusion. Bear with us. We're figuring it out as we go. Our first video presentation on ClutchSportsIL.com and our first golf presentation. Next shot coming up from the fairway, Evan Sedlacek from Washington.
That practice swing looked good. We'll see.
Second shot for Sedlacek. He'll have a chance to two-putt for par.
Yeah, I liked what I saw on that practice swing. He painted the grass. He took a little bit up with him, but didn't chunk it by any means, and we saw that there on his approach.
Joey, here's an interesting strategy from Tyler Langston. It looks like he's got a wedge out. He will not putt his third shot. Before we see that shot from Langston, it'll be Will Eskridge taking his second shot. The man in purple from Canton. Here's his approach. Nice, easy swing. And he'll also be putting. Joey, that's probably the best approach shot that we have seen from this group. I'll have a look at birdie. Here's the chip. And it lands short. So the bold strategy from Tyler Langston gets him within striking distance. But I'm not sure about that approach, Joey. What do you think?
Well, on Sunday, you wouldn't let me chip it from farther out. So.
No, I wouldn't.
and I like to chip, so I must admit I'm jealous. But I think that he wanted a little more on that. You know, you could see in his body language after he was trying for a straighter approach to the pin. And not a bad shot by any means, but he wanted a little more from that.
Here's the shot from Bailey Strode. His third.
Oh, wow.
And he stubbed it. That's always frustrating, Joey, but when you get in that thick grass around the green, that'll happen.
Yeah, and he got a little bit of a roll there, but that's another shot where you want a little more, and chipping is just, you just want to get under the ball and get some elevation on it and have it come down and sit. Try to get a little too low there. That's what it looked like to me.
So Langston and Strode each have putts for par. Eskridge and Sedlacek have putts for birdie. Each player reads their putts. Looks like Sedlacek is away. See how he does with this ridge in the middle of the green. Birdie attempt. Look at that putt. Burns the right edge. His line was good, speed a little bit too hot. But Washington's number 2 player leaves himself about 5 feet for birdie. Will Eskridge with his putt for a 3. It's got to turn a little bit, but not enough.
That right edge is on fire. 2 good jobs, though, of reading it. You know, they just didn't quite execute 100%, but they both had the right idea. They both knew what they needed to do, and they should be able, Washington and Canton that is, to get that to go on their next putts.
Here's a long par attempt from Bailey Strode trying to salvage a bad chip. Rolls right along the ridge. He's got to go, and he burned the left edge. So these golfers have been right around the hole, but not in it. Let's see if Tyler Langston can knock it in for a 4. Looking to scramble from the back of the green. He needs it to turn left, and he burned the edge. Tough putts there for all 4 players in varsity group 6A. Langston taps it in for a bogey. Sedlacek and Eskridge have par attempts. Strode still needs to putt for bogey as we feel some raindrops spitting from the clouds overhead. Nothing like we had this morning, though, in case you're just joining us. We had a brief deluge this morning here at Metamora Fields Golf Club. Rained for about 15 minutes, but then it cleared up, making way for a windy but sunny day. The putt for par from Sedlacek. It's in. Celebrates with a fist pump. There's a 4 on the card.
As he should. Some pretty good putting there. This 18th, as Eskridge is going to finish it up. This 18th green has proven to be a little bit difficult here today.
Tough way to finish your round if you start on number 1 here at Metamora Fields. Here's the par attempt from Eskridge. And he can't knock it in. It's going to be a 3-jack for the little giant. However, Joey, we've talked about bogeys with a number of these coaches, and each of them have told us that a bogey is not a bad score on a day like today.
No, it's not. And, you know, and I forget which coach this was. We talked about mudders. You know, in horse racing, you've got your mudders, horses that perform better in adverse conditions, rainy, sloppy courses. And it's certainly not rainy, sloppy, anything like that here today, but the wind, that can pose just such a big challenge. You know, you really look for your players that like those conditions and that can perform well in those conditions. Conditions where, you know, being mentally tough and settling for a bogey, maybe a 2 over on a hole here or there, and just being able to push through and keep up that pace. This is a course where that's so important.
Varsity Group 6A finishes a combined 3 over on number 18. And before Varsity Group 5A takes over on 18, we've got an on-course report from John Camosa. And here we go. Here is John Camosa. John, what do you got for us from the top group?
Hey guys, so after that bogey by Mason Minkle on 10, he's now went par, birdie, birdie, par. So he's playing very consistent. He's sitting 1 over to lead the group. We got Tate Otten, who also birdied the 13th there with Minkle. He's 2 over for the day. So Austin Seagrass kind of fell off a little bit. He's had 4 bogeys in this back 9. He's at 6 over. Eli Lancer's still at 10 over. So it's kind of a shootout between Mason Minkle and Tate Otten of Limestone right now.
What hole were you on again, John?
I'm on number 15 now. They're just teeing off.
Entering a tough stretch, and especially a tough number 16th hole. And with those par 5s comes a choice. Go for it in 2 or play it conservatively. What do you think these guys are going to do?
You know, Minkle and Otten definitely battled the win there on that long par 5, which was number 12. So I think they go for it again. Like I said, they're playing very consistent. They're going right at the win today. And, I think they're just going to kind of stay level-headed in their game. And I think they're just kind of overcome the conditions today.
All right, John, thanks for that update. We will talk to you in a little bit. Tate Otten and Mason Minkle in a shootout here at Metamora Fields.
It's going to be fun to watch down the stretch. And that 16th hole, it's what we talked about with Joe Coe earlier. That might be the most difficult hole on the course today. With the wind, all those par 5s are going to be difficult, but that's just such a long course. It's a challenge, this daunting hole. I think that might determine our winner between Otten and Minkle. Who can strike it better if they choose to be aggressive, and who can avoid the wind?
It very well could, as we catch up with Varsity Group 5A, the number 1 players for Washington, Metamora, Morton, and Canton. Here's the shot from Tyler Bass from the left of the cart path from the thick stuff. Lands it on the front of the green, and that will roll. A nice shot for the 6'5 senior. 2 balls on the green and 2 balls on the back of the green. So again, Canton in purple. That would be Jackson Gray, number 1 for the Little Giants. Will Ellison of Morton in red. Jared Oderwald in black for Metamora. And Tyler Bass in the orange for the Panthers.
It's Jackson Gray watch. He's here.
He's here. Somebody call the fan club. Jackson will have to scramble for par. He's on the backside of the green in one of those collection areas, Joey, that we talked about so much in our Around the Course videos. Yep. We'll get to another one of those videos after Varsity Group 5A plays through this 18th.
Might as well call it 5 Gray with some of the demographics of our viewers. He's got a bit of an uphill chip here, but I think he can do it.
Here's the 3rd shot from Gray. It looks good. How about that shot?
Oh.
Burns the edge, but he'll have a nice short putt for par. That'll get the online gallery going. It'll be a nice up and down for the Canton senior, who's been number 1 the last 3 years.
If they've shirked out on their responsibilities to go to class to watch Jackson Gray, I'm not going to tell anyone.
Who could blame them?
Who could blame them? Exactly. Big thank you to all of our viewers watching from Canton and wherever you may be today.
3rd shot from Will Ellison. That'll roll right up near the hole. Joey, I saw you react to the swing path from Ellison. A little unconventional, but that got the job done.
Certainly was. I mean, you swing your swing. You can't knock it if it works, and it certainly did. Looked to me, that was a weird backswing. Almost looked like he brought it back and then down almost, but he came through, and really a brilliant shot. He'll have an easy putt coming up. So unconventional, but it worked.
Now we'll have a birdie attempt from Jared Oderwald. It's going to be tough. He's got to get it over the ridge. Wind helping him out a little bit. That gets over the ridge, but it slides towards the water. Joey, that's something you always have to keep in mind on green complexes next to water hazards, generally the slope of the green always breaks towards the water. We'll see if Tyler Bass keeps that in mind. Bass also has to go over that ridge in the middle of the complex.
It's a tough putt.
For birdie. That'll roll. It's got to turn, and it does not. Nice putt for Bass, and he'll have a short putt for par.
I thought it looked to me like, it's so difficult to read thoughts and what someone is thinking, but to me it looked like he thought that was going to be a little bit short as soon as it left his putter. Kept rolling, got a good roll. Maybe he thought it was going to be a little bit right, which it was, but all told, he'll be able to tap that in.
But it really was perfect, Joey.
Yeah,
Great speed. You want to hit it to the top of the ridge and let the undulation do the rest of the work.
Oh, really a good putt, yeah, for sure. I mean, didn't go in, but sometimes all you can do is send it on its way and see what happens.
Here's a long par putt from Oderwalt. See if he can recover. He's taking his time with this one. And he burns the edge. Can't find the cup. It's a 3-putt for the Metamora Redbird. Again, this green has taken no prisoners, Joey.
Certainly has, and the 18th has proven to be far more difficult than the 9th that we saw earlier. It seems to me like we've had more balls just scoot past the edges than we did on the 9th. And one thing that I don't think we've talked about, Larry, is the wind certainly doesn't make putting any easier. Doesn't play as certainly as big of a role on the green as it does when you're hitting it in the air, but can make it add to the challenge a little bit.
There's the par attempt from Will Ellison. And he did not play enough break into that putt. That one turned towards the water, and he will have to settle for bogey. 2 bogeys so far on the card. We'll see if Jackson Gray and Tyler Bass can tap it in for 4s. Of course, this is the final group for Washington, Metamora, Morton, and Canton. They will be followed by varsity group 4A, Brady Gruden, Andrew Rada, Griffin Watson, and Tristan Duggar right behind them. As Tyler Bass has his 4. A nice hole for the big senior. Here's Jackson Gray. Nice par save for Jackson. So 2 bogeys, 2 pars for varsity group 5A.
Jack Gray was left all alone on the green there, Larry. He was allowed to take center stage.
He was. And we will step away from the 18th green for a few moments to show you a few holes from the back 9 from Joey and I's round on Sunday. Hope you enjoy our Around the Course vlog. You're watching the Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament on Clutch Sports Media.
All right, we are headed to the back 9. This is a 393-yard par 4. It doglegs a little bit to the right. To the left is out of bounds. You don't want to go left. You also don't want to go right. Very long fescue as well as a bunker down there. And on your approach shot to the green, you have to jump over some long fescue grass and another hazard down there. So this is a tricky hole, and the back 9 can get tricky. Into the fescue.
It made it through the gate. No,
barely.
It made it through.
All right.
Yeah.
Taking a look at this approach shot here on number 10. If you look down there, you see a little hazard. There could be a creek running down there. I'm not exactly sure, but it does dip down and the grass gets long. Bottom line, you don't want to hit it in there. Taking a look, there is a hill to the left of the green. To the right of the green, guarding the right front or right tier of the green, is a deep bunker. This is a tough approach. Gotta get left. That'll be okay.
Set short of the bunker.
Nothing like a hill right next to a green. This is a very creative hazard here. One of many on this approach shot that I detailed. Luckily for me, I'm short of that bunker over there. Could be tricky. Taking a look at this green, it is two-tiered. So back over there on the right side, that's the upper tier. Over here is the lower tier. And it is pivotal that you land your approach shot on the correct tier of the green.
Call Larry Mike Judge, because he's king of the hill. They never sit, they never break. Hole 11 is a par 3, 157 yards from the tee box to the green. Now, you know, a bit of a shorter par 3 here. I think what our golfers will do on Thursday, they'll tee off with anywhere between a 7 and 9 iron. Pretty easy approach, but you've got that bunker on the left that could cause some problems on the approach. Bit of a deep bunker too. You don't want to find yourself there. And also on the right, you know, you've got that steep drop off in the rough. So again, as I've said before, if you can get a nice straight shot onto the green, it's just one of those holes where that'll be advantageous. You'll have a fine time on the green if you can do that. Just got to hit it straight. Larry did not listen to my analysis, left it off to the right, and he will have an uphill battle, literally, to get to the green. A ball awaits its player. Larry Larson will tell us about hole number 12.
Hole number 12, a 485-yard par 5. It's gettable. However, it is uphill. If you take a look at the hazards here, you need to jump a body of water to get to the other side of the fairway. Our long hitters could flirt with that creek on their tee shot. There's also bunkers on the right.
There it is.
Yes, there it is.
Tough lie.
So as we walk up to the green from behind the green, where you certainly do not want to be, lots of long fescue, take a look at this thing. It's pretty big and pretty wide. There are lots of spots where they can tuck the pin. This upper left corner is one of them. That's where the pin is tucked today. You got to be really aggressive to hit your shot up here. You got to hit a good one. Taking a look from this perspective, it almost has two tiers yet again. This is the back tier. See down there, it's a little bit lower.
We welcome you back into live coverage of the Mid-Illini Boys Golf Tournament from Metamora Fields Golf Club in Metamora, Illinois. Larry Larson in with you alongside Joey Wright. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. You're taking a look at Varsity Group 4A, the first of golfers on the 18th, and what a putt that was. I believe that was Andrew Rada from Dunlap draining that putt at least 20 feet. What a read.
Beautiful putt.
Putt forthcoming from Griffin Watson, and he burned the edge, blew it right by. Nearly got it.
Two great putts to start off the 18th here in this group, and It's what we talked about if you were with us before the break. This green has been pretty difficult for our golfers today. We've seen a lot of burned edges, a lot of near misses. So these guys are coming out strong in this group.
Tristan Duggar for par, you betcha. So as we've moved through groups, Joey, it appears as if these players are getting more and more aggressive with this 18th green.
Certainly seems that way. And this group is these are the number 6 guys for Peak and Dunlap, EP, and Limestone. So they've come out, and by now they've played most of their round.
And there's the par make. I believe that was Andrew Rada from Dunlap, and it was Griffin Watson from East Peoria who drained the long one for what I assume was birdie. And now it'll be Brady Gruden, the sophomore for Pekin, one of the youngest members on a very veteran squad, and he knocks in his par. So a strong showing from the number 6s.
Absolutely, Larry, and I was getting ready to say there that by now these guys have played most of their round, right? And, you know, we don't know quite how that round has gone for these guys. We haven't been able to follow this group as intently as we've been able to follow some others, but getting to the end of the round, you know, why not? Go for it. They know how their rounds have gone, and might as well take some shots, and it really worked out well for those guys there.
It most certainly did, Joey. And now that there's a long gap, what do you say we jump back out to our Around the Course video?
I think that's a great idea. What hole are we at now? Gosh,
Joey, we are moving towards hole 13 through 15. So we will take you back out to our Metamora Fields course vlog. You're watching the Mid-Illini Boys Golf Tournament on Clutch Sports Media.
Hole 13 is a par 4, 344 yards, and if we look ahead, we see water on the left. That sticks out to you at first. Bunkers right behind that on the left as well, and then on the right side you've got bunkers as well. So I think what a lot of people will do is they'll just play this straightforward. First tee shot, they'll try to hit it straight, get kind of cozied up as close to those bunkers as they can get. That'll set them up with a nice approach to the green on shot 2, and hopefully they can get a birdie after that. So couple ways to play it too. You could try to go over the water. Very risky proposition though with those bunkers. We'll see what they elect to do.
He's on the money.
Taking a look at this approach shot, long hitters should be able to get the ball within 100 yards on their drive. So I've got about 85 yards. You've got bunkers on the right side of the green. You want to stay away from those. Aim for the middle. And the pin is in the middle here.
That is, ladies and gentlemen, that is the second approach shot that Larry has felt very good about today, but didn't quite hit so far. He'll repair the course like a good, it's the polite thing to do there.
All right, number 13 green here. As we could see from the last perspective, it's pretty wide, looking sideways here, pin right in the middle. They could tuck it back here for competition, which would make things a little trickier with those bunkers in play. But this is one of the flatter greens on the course. So if you land it on the green, you're gonna have a relatively flat putt.
Hole 14, we've got a par 3, 165 yards from tee to green. And if we take a look at this hole, on the left side, there's that bunker that jumps right out to you. On the right side, too, another bunker about 3/5 of the way up to the pin. So both those could play a challenge. As I've said on a lot of my holes today, If you can hit it straight, you're in good shape, and it looks like that green does have a little bit of a slope to it. It's almost like a U there. If you, the pin right now is in the middle of the valley. Hit it on either side, you could have a bit of a challenge. And one more thing about this hill, a little bit uphill, so that could be a bit of a challenge as well, but overall a very easy hole.
Gotta roll.
It's rolling, and it found the green.
Number 14 green, as Joey was saying at the tee box, this thing has a lot of slope to it. You look over there, it's pretty high, slopes down, and then over on this side there is a hill that slopes towards the center of the green. I wouldn't imagine that the pin would be placed in the middle of the green for competition. Probably a little bit too easy. If they tuck the pin over there, you gotta attack it over those bunkers, and that could be really tough. Otherwise, it's a pretty readable green. You know there's going to be some slope, hills on both sides. Hole number 15, 383-yard par 4. It can play long and it can also play short depending on which way the wind is blowing. First, the fairway slopes up, but then there is a downhill spot. If you land your ball in the appropriate spot in the fairway, it will roll for quite a while and give you a nice, easy approach shot. Bunkers on the left and right, but you notice the fairway is wide, so if you hit a decent tee shot, you'll be in good shape. Off the tee here, I thought I pulled my tee shot a little bit. However, got a good bounce. So if you turn around and look at these hills, if you miss left, it bounces off these hills. It could roll right down, right here in the fairway. I've got about 110 yards into the green. I've got to get it over this long grass stuff. So if you hit it too far off the tee, you can end up in some rough around the cart path. But overall, not too much of a hazard. Obviously, the big hazard that jumps out here, the water behind the green. You cannot go long, but best advice is don't think about the hazard. Just hit the shot. Taking a look at this green, it slopes kind of steeply from back to front. Key for the players on Thursday is going to be keep the ball below the pin here on number 15. If you're below the pin, you've got an uphill putt. It's a little easier to go past the pin, which is tough to do when it's positioned in the back of the green, but no less. If you're behind the pin, it's going to be a slippery slope to the hole. Here's a putt for par, about pin high, should break a little bit to the left. Once you get it about flag high, it's not going to break a ton. No practice strokes.
He got it. Larry Larson has won the Mid-Illini Conference Championship. Just kidding.
I wish.
He's 20 years old. Clutch Sports Media from Metamora Fields Golf Club in Metamora, Illinois. We enter the stretch run of the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament. Joey Wright and Larry Larson, along with our course reporter John Camosa, bringing you the action today. And Larry, we've only got a couple of groups left that we'll see play the 18th. They're playing quick today, even in spite of these conditions. What do you think we are going to see down the stretch from not only our featured group, which is Group 1A, featuring Mason Minkle and Tate Otten, who seem to be vying for the lead among those players, but from our other groups? You know, we've got a lot of players who seem to be playing low and seem to be playing well on a very tricky afternoon.
Joey, I think we're going to see a lot of long tee shots with the wind at the back of the top groups here on the 18th hole. And I think we're going to see the short game really loom large. The players that can make the big putts will win this tournament. Mason Minkle and Tyler Otten in a battle in the top group. We will see them here in a little bit. John Camosa is keeping up with them out on the course. But approaching the 18th green, we've got varsity group 3A, the number 4s for our top group, Pekin, Dunlap, East Peoria, and Limestone. Joey, from our last group here, we saw some really good putts on the 18th green. It's not an easy green by any means, so I won't be shocked if we saw some really aggressive putts, some really good long putts, but also a few risky ones that go well past the hole.
And it was that aggression that really worked out for our last group. That last group was Brady Gruden, Andrew Rada, Griffin Watson, Tristan Duggar from this same collection of schools. Here we'll see Tyler Picken, Logan Hendricks, Nathan Unis, and Jack Segler. But, you know, the aggression paid off for 4A. But before that, I mean, we had just seen a stretch of shaky putting, to say the least. We saw a 5-putt earlier. We saw a 3-putt earlier. We saw lots of crispy edges, shall we say. They were missing them just off to the left and right. Then that last group was able to put it together. So I'm curious to see, Larry, and I know you're curious to see as well. Is it more of the same coming up, or are they going to slide back into that former rhythm of inconsistency, shall we say?
Yeah, Joey, I'm going to be interested to see. And another thing that I'm really going to be interested to see is the weather. I'm a little concerned. Looking out to the west, we see some dark clouds. There's going to be some showers. We are going to see more rain before this day is over. So keep those golf umbrellas handy, because we're going to see some more showers. In case you're just joining us, it did rain to start the day for these gentlemen out on the course. It poured for about 15 minutes, but then it cleared up, and it's been sunny since. So I suppose you could say that we're due for a little rain. But like we talked about in the open of the broadcast, which unfortunately was cut off due to technical difficulties, it's October. It's playoff golf season. There's going to be rain. There's going to be wind. There's going to be snow. You have to adapt.
Absolutely. The Weather Channel has it at about a 30% chance of rain in the 2 o'clock hour. So we'll see if that becomes a factor here, as we've got some players already approaching up on the green with some great tee and approach shots. Tyler Picken from Pekin right in the middle of the fairway there. I believe that's Logan Hendricks coming up on the ball there. That was a great tee shot. I believe that was his tee shot, maybe his approach. Pardon me, but he is getting right up close to the green here. Jack Segler from Limestone is back on the fairway, about halfway up. And a shot from the fescue. Nice save from Nathan Unis. He'll set himself up on the fairway for a good approach to the green. Yes, that's Unis from East Peoria getting set to hit here. That was Logan Hendricks from Dunlap hitting out of the fescue, setting himself up for the approach. So apologies there for the confusion. I'll take that 2-putt, Larry, as I alluded to earlier. And up next, we will see Segler from Limestone. See if he can find the green here. Wind is blowing at his back, so we'll see if he takes anything off his shot.
I think you have to. You got to club down a little bit.
Shot finds the green, and it's rolling down. I don't think it'll find that collection area. Off to the left. And all told, not a bad shot by any means from Segler.
Certainly not, Joey. He landed it short of the pin, and it rolled all the way to the back.
Tyler Picken from Pekin. And he does pretty much the same thing. His will sit just a little more intensely. Doesn't roll quite like Segler's does. But a very nice shot also there from Picken. Very similar shots. So East Peoria set to hit here. That is Unis. See, he's practicing just short, compact swings. Wind picks up as he gets set.
He's going right at it.
Yep.
He's got to slow down. Oh, not enough spin. It would have been perfect. Now, Joey, here's the shot I'm really interested in. Eunice from East Peoria. This is his drive, so this will be his second shot. The mentality here after a very long drive that nearly hits the green has to be like you're scrambling for par. You really want to capitalize on this long drive.
Yep. And this will be Eunice. Dunlap just hit, and his caught the lip of that rough. It's still rolling, and it'll slow down and stop, but not the shot he was looking for.
No, it was almost perfect, quite frankly, Joey. I was a little concerned after his first bounce nearly went into the trap, but he had the right idea. Land it short, land it in that rough to take a little bit off it, but it just released and really rolled, and that's the complexity of this 18th green. It's really hard to pull off a shot like that.
All four of our golfers, though, are on the green. And now it's we're going to get an answer to our question, Larry. What does the putting look like? Again, one hole ago, it was pretty good. Before that, it's been shaky. It's been a tough green to figure out. The wind keeps changing. That, again, doesn't have as much of an impact on the green as it does when you're driving a ball, but still adds to the challenge. And first up will be Henricks from Dunlap. And his is on the way. It's breaking right now, coming back.
Oh, that looks good.
Is it going to come back? It's short, just short.
Got to hit it harder. That was an uphill putt, just did not have enough. He had the right line, though.
He'll place his marker down and finish it up later. Should be Segler next. Segler in the blue and gray.
He's got the right idea with this line, Joey.
Yep. And his is a little short. Didn't have enough on it. Broke in the right direction, just didn't have enough to get it there.
Never leave your birdie putt short, and I understand it's tough. Perhaps these players didn't factor in that the wind is blowing in their face. We talked about how wind affects putting earlier. It affects it more than you would think. That wind still blows right on the surface of the green.
Now here's Pickin, and Tyler Pickin from Pekin. He's got a little break going, but he will also leave his birdie putt short.
Well, I would only hope that Nathan Eunice would learn from his counterparts and knock this putt past the hole.
Birdie putt from Eunice. Hit a great tee shot. And his is on the way. We'll see.
It's in.
He got it. And that was Henricks from Dunlap there obstructing my view, but a great putt from Eunice. Saved what was a shaky approach shot. Well done on the birdie, and he'll win the hole.
That's the first birdie that we have seen here all day on the 18th. A hole that is tough to conquer, mainly because of this green. We'll see if these other three players can save par.
First up, it's Segler. Segler to the stick. He got it. No, he didn't.
Spoke too soon.
Pardon me. Looked like it had fallen there. Another obstructed view. He'll tap it in. And that's, you can't fault Segler for it because it's what we've seen all day. This green has just eaten people alive. See if Henricks can save par. He's got a little bit of an easier look.
Oh, man. The whole location is kind of cut right into that ridge, which makes those short ones difficult. But back-to-back three putts, how about that?
And Pickin will close it out. Oh, man. It's just... What do you think it is with this green, Larry? Because we've seen it. It just... So many costly mistakes here across all of our... We've seen it mess up our... one golfers, our three golfers. That was a group of number 4 golfers. No one can figure it out except, oddly enough, the group of number 6 golfers. They seem to handle it pretty well.
Well, Joey, it's the ridge. We've talked about it a lot, and this pin location is right in the middle of that ridge on the opposite side. So right after you get off that slope, the pin is located right there. So it's tough to control the speed if you're coming from the other side. If you're putting uphill and putt it past the hole, then you've got a downhill putt, a downhill slider at that, which makes it really tough. So it's really the pin location that makes it hard. And for our viewers at home, they're probably looking at this green thinking, well, that hole is cut right in the middle of the green. And it certainly looks like that, which in most cases is easy to get at. However, with that bump in the middle of the complex, it makes things hard.
Certainly does. Next group up, 3B, and that'll be the 5 golfers, number 5 golfers from Peak and Dunlap, EP and Limestone, Luke Riggenbach, Logan Day, Justin Rennick, and Parker Jackson. You are watching the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament on ClutchSportsIL.com or on our YouTube channel. Be sure to go ahead and subscribe, like, whatever the spiel is.
Like, subscribe,
comment. We've gotten plenty of comments today,
boy,
which I
have
like.
we ever.
That's been a fun live chat to check in on our breaks.
Let's keep our rivalries friendly in the comment section, folks.
We don't have any moderators down there, so play nice. But no, it's been fun to watch. At least last I checked, it was fun to watch. I hope it didn't take a turn. But no, it's been great to have all the support today from around the area. A lot of Canton fans in there, but a lot of allegiances in there too are well represented. So good to have that. Like, subscribe, comment on our YouTube channel. Good to have you along for the ride. Also, I want to take a minute to highlight our new Instagram account. That is at Clutch Sports Media on the gram.
Flexing for the gram.
Flexing for the gram on Clutch Sports Media. So be sure to drop a follow there. Also on Twitter at Clutch Sports IL, and on Facebook, that's Clutch Sports Media. A little bit of rain starting to fall on the tower as the wind picks up. We still have blue sky off to the left of our vantage point, but we look off to the right and it's clouds and just a little patch of blue sky, mostly cloudy. What to do there, and I want to go ahead and go around the horn, as I've done a few times today, and thank our entire crew, Larry and I, and then you've got Josh Schwam and John Camosa down on the course, Jonathan Michael and Evan Johnson up top here, working hard, working diligently, especially here as the weather picks up, to make sure that our broadcast goes off without a hitch, and it is appreciated, their hard work. 3B on the fairway now. Looks like that's one golfer. It's Luke Jackson heading up the fairway, and he is already on the green. I think two of our players are on the green here, so we'll see how this all sorts out. And it would, even though it's a par 4, about 400 yards, it would not be impossible with this wind to find the green off a good tee shot. This wind is gusty, it is heavy, and it is blowing it. It would be at your back if you were teeing off on this hole. So with some luck, you could find it off the tee shot. It would take, that would still be a 400-yard drive, but with a good drive, you could do it. And that is only a testament, folks, to this wind, because this is heavy. But I do not believe that Jackson found that off the tee, I will say that. So he's going to bring his cart, he's going to bring it up that hill there. Approach shot there, and we see that wind. Oh, way too much. From, I believe, that was either Rennick, Riggenbach, or Day. An approach shot that carried far too far into the bunker. I believe that's Logan Day searching for a ball along the water line.
Camosa's going to join us for post-game. Or for post-round. Like, he was planning on coming up here to do after the 16th hole, but since Larry's gone, I told him just come up here.
So Jackson's on the green. In the bunker is Justin Rennick. And then searching for balls right down there along the water line in that fescue. And that fescue tapers way off to the water. Day and Riggenbach. And they do have some assistance there in searching for the balls. It looks like, or at least one of their shots landed over there. So we'll kind of wait and see how this develops. They don't think they lost it in the water. But even with how thick that fescue is, as you start to get that angle down towards the water, anything is possible down there. And I think they've found it, or they will look for a drop area here. We'll see. As Larry Larson joins us back now. Larry, the elements are starting to work against us to some extent.
Yes, that's where I went. I departed for downstairs to get 12 towels or so, give or take a few. Sometimes that's just what you need to get the job done. Right now we are okay, but keep our fingers crossed.
We've tucked our soundboard in for the night, and the rest of our equipment. Of course, we want to keep it dry.
Jonathan Michael and Evan Johnson doing their best to
That's
cover things up.
That's entertaining to watch. Larry, you've stepped away. We've got, I believe that's Logan Day hunting for a ball down there along the water.
Oh, did you catch that, Joey? He dropped his ball to try and take his drop, and it almost went back in the water. Now that, of course, would not be a penalty stroke. However, if you can't get your ball laid to rest on that drop, you can just set it down. After, I want to say, 3 attempts.
He's still trying to get that right as the rain starts. We do feel some drops. Parker Jackson is on the green. And the rain is starting to return. Day's going to get it up, and it's rolling towards the pin, tapers off to the right. All told, not a bad shot at all based on where that lie was. Thick, heavy drops here in Metamora. Not coming down at a super high clip.
These are a little bit bigger raindrops than last time, Joey. So, look at that putt, blazes past the hole. Parker Jackson there, if I'm not mistaken. So we rainproof our set. Things are getting wild out here. Big raindrops coming down on Metamora Fields. Lots of work left for this group. They were certainly ready for the conditions today. Winter hats and all. Here's the roll from the front of the green. Over the ridge. Does it have enough? Does not. Now these players will likely battle not only the wind, but this on and off rain for the rest of the round. Things start to settle down oh so slightly. I don't want to jinx it. That putt is rolled in. Justin Rennick has the line, and he knocks his putt in. The number 5s, of course, if I'm not mistaken. Joey, is this Group 2A or 3B?
This would be 3B. So 3 groups
So it was
left.
Rennick
Yep.
that knocked that in.
And 3 groups left after this.
Oh.
Pretty good job, Larry, by these golfers. That just missed, but they're getting this same weather down there, and they've reacted pretty well. You know, This has not affected them too adversely.
This is what you come to expect. The calendar turns to October, and it's almost as if Mother Nature knows as well. She'll throw anything at you. And I remember one time when I played in high school, Joey, this was my freshman year, the NIC 10 Conference Golf Tournament. NIC 10, of course, the Northern Illinois Conference 10 tournament in Rockford, Illinois. Shout out to all my friends and family back in the 815. But this was my freshman year at Elliott Golf Course. I'd never played there before. And I showed up day one of the conference tournament. We had a 2-day tournament, which was just a blast as a golfer. It was snowing. 35 degrees and snowing. People were wearing toe warmers, hand warmers, winter jackets, the whole 9 yards, and coaches even debated whether or not to play, but we played both days. It was freezing cold. The conditions were, quite frankly, terrible. Not fun whatsoever, but we got the job done, got the round in. Kyle Slattery won the conference tournament that year from Rockford Boylan, and he went on to play at SIUE, and now he's a pro. He's on a few mini tours. So it goes to show you, good players can battle the elements, and perhaps we're seeing a few future professionals today.
And you later, of course, went on to work at Elliott Golf Course.
Yes, sir, you bet. Rockford Park District course, one of the finest in the area.
That's what they tell them to say.
It's just my opinion.
When you take a job at Elliott, you've got to make you sign a sheet that binds you to. No, I've never golfed up there in Rockford myself, but take your word for it. Certainly, all the pictures I've seen, and
We'll have to take you up this summer.
have to go up there for sure. You would work this, I guess, past 2 summers, right? You would work mornings there, tending the greens.
Yes, sir. With the real mowers for Superintendent Charlie Monaghan. One of the best.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good looking greens here. Are those greens at Elliott as challenging as that 18th that we've seen?
I don't think so, quite frankly, just because these greens are new and the greens were constructed to be complex. These complexes are built to be difficult intentionally, of course. D.A. Wiebring, always a little crafty with his golf course architecture. And this is what you come to expect from links golf. Sure, the tee shots are wide open, but once you get up near the green, that's where things get tricky.
Absolutely. We've talked about getting into the T-shirt business with Clutch Sports Media. Might have to make a T-shirt that says, "I survived the 18th green at Metamora Fields."
Oh, man. We'll see.
That might sell well. It's good stuff, and we're glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Great effort by our crew there as the rain has
Subsided?
subsided for
Question
now.
mark?
Big cell coming in. It looks like straight towards us.
As you can now see on your screen,
An
dark clouds.
An ominous dark cloud. We'll see which way it breaks. Wind's heading right towards us. Although the wind looks like it's shifted now a little bit, Larry. It was coming in straight at us. Wind at your back on the 18th tee box. But now it looks like it's shifted off, and it's moving in a direction that would be off to the left of our camera is where it's primarily blowing.
Good camera work by Jonathan Michael to show the clouds. But, you know, Joey, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to say anything about whether I think we're going to get more rain, but it's never out of the question.
when the wind was blowing at us, Larry, I said, and this was when you stepped away, that with the way that wind was coming in, it would not be out of the question with a good tee shot to find the green or close to the green on this 18th. It'd still be about a 400-yard drive.
Well, Joey, I'm really going to be looking forward to seeing those top two groups and how they do with this tee shot, because we saw that shot from the East Peoria player that nearly found the greenside bunker.
Yeah.
I mean, he was 25 yards or less short of the green. So I would not be surprised to see a few find the green, and boy, wouldn't that be huge, especially coming down to that varsity 1A group. Tate Otten still chasing Mason Minkle. Last time we checked, he's one shot back, but perhaps if Otten could drive the green and Minkle was a bit short, that could be the difference between a par or a birdie, or even an eagle and a birdie. And my goodness, that would be fun to watch.
Well, and it was Parker Jackson who hit a shot in that last group. He was on the green early. I don't know if that was on his tee shot, which would have been very impressive nevertheless, or if that was on his approach. But I just think that if you get a good strong gust of wind and a good tee shot, it is, I don't think, out of the realm of possibility. Really don't.
No, I don't think so either, Joey. And we saw how strong that wind could play on the 18th the other day, or the 9th green, I should say. When I hit my tee shot, it got right up near the green.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you, and looking at the 18th green specifically, the wind kind of favors a cut. But if you, I'm trying to imagine the tee shot, you know, I kind of wish we had the Pro Tracer technology to see what kind of ball flights these players are playing. But if you hit a nice power draw into the wind, I should say, because there's water. Well, I'm trying to think of what ball flight would work best. Generally, you want to play a draw with the wind if you want to fight the wind. But if you want to go with the wind, you play a fade or a slice. But no matter what, you just really want to aim with the wind. You don't want to try and fight it too much, because that could really get dangerous, especially with holes that have a lot of hazards, like the 18th. 2 greenside bunkers, greenside water, fairway bunkers.
This player's getting ready on their approach. Out of the fescue comes Dunlap.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful shot.
That might be one of the best approach shots we have seen today. I'm baffled. I was so baffled by that good shot, my grammar just went out the window. But, my goodness, you just got to choke up on the club, have a tight grip, and rip it. And that's just what they did right there.
Beautiful shot, finds the green, and I believe that's Cole Thierer from Dunlap. And from Pekin, this is Cooper Theleritis on his approach. Tough lie. It's going to bounce short. That's also a beautiful approach.
Wow.
What a shot from Cooper Theleritis. And it's going to keep rolling. It should sit soon. It sits right now, and he will have a great look at birdie.
Joey, that pin is in danger.
They're coming for it. Next up, we'll see if it's going to be Billy Hurst from Limestone or Peyton Stewart from East Peoria. This group is Cooper Theleritis, Cole Thierer, Peyton Stewart, and Billy Hurst.
Joe, we've talked about in-team competition throughout the day about multiple teams, but that probably holds the most true for the Pekin Dragons. Their team is stacked. We all know that. They made state last year. But the competition within the team makes them so much stronger. All sorts of guys trying to keep up with Mason Minkles. You see that shot end up to the left of the green. That's not as bad as it really looked, Joey. That one barely got off the ground, but that's a manageable chip. But as I was saying, the Pekin Dragons are very deep beyond Mason Minkle, but they're all competing with Mason Minkle and Carter Stevenson. And Cooper Theleritis plays a lot of rounds with Mason Minkle. The two are very good friends, and I'm sure that competition has made him better.
Billy Hurst getting ready for his approach. Limestone number 3. He's in the rough. Could get it with a good drive, and it's on the way. We'll see where it lands. Just short of the green. Bounces, and it will roll on. Now he's going to have a long putt from there, depending on where it winds up, and it'll stop there. So he's got a little bit of an uphill battle to deal with, does Billy Hurst, but all told, he's still on the green and has a chance, an outside chance at birdie.
So 3 balls on the green here. Only 1 player missed. It's been an accurate group, as you see varsity 1A on the tee box. If we could get a quick camera shot of that, of the tee box, just look at all those carts out there. That's always how you know the top group. It's followed by 5, 6, 7, 8 carts, probably filled with media personnel, one of which being our John Camosa, course reporter, has followed that top group all day. They will hit their tee shots. One is already well in the middle of the fairway. It's hard to see from our vantage point who is hitting. And there's another one rolling well within 100 yards, Joey, on the right side of the fairway. We will see if one of those tee shots can get right up snug with the green.
That top flight approaches. It's getting dark again. We'll see if weather starts to play into their approach here on the 18th. And when that top group concludes the 18th, they are done. Shotgun start, they started on the first hole. Still got some golfers, though, from 2A on the green or approaching the green. And here's Dunlap's Theater with his approach. Rolling up. That's a good chip. That's a really good chip. Just missed the pin. You said manageable with a good chip, Larry, and that was Peyton Stewart. My apologies, but Stewart really with a good swing on that one.
This pin has been attacked from every angle, even on the chips, which is tough to do. We talk about putting speed and how hard it is to control that, but chipping is a whole different beast.
Better to get chippy in golf than in one of our contact sports that we normally cover.
Golf generally not a contact sport. I would hope not.
No brawl. Everyone's being very polite to each other today, and that's good to see. Hurst, his approach, his putt. And that's going to shade off to the right. Sat pretty well, though, as it passed the hole. He's not too far past it.
Did not allow for enough break there, Joey. We discussed it earlier. The green will always break towards the water. And a few of these players have forgotten that.
5 carts. Make that 6 carts. Start to make their way down the fairway. In that group 1A, we see at least 2 on the fairway, 1 just off the fairway, and a little bit of that rough stuff. And I don't know where that 4th ball went. It looks like they're looking for it down in the real tall stuff by the water. Putt coming up on the way. I believe that's Dunlap, and it just missed. It's Dunlap or Theloritis, and when I say Dunlap, that's Cole Theater. Hurst takes the flag out, and some short putts coming up. And the putt on the way. Just broke off to the left a little bit too much. And Larry, from the time he addressed the ball until the time he putted it, do you think maybe he overthought that just a little bit?
You know, that's always possible, Joey, but a lot of it is just the line. And you got to trust your line when you line up your putt. And that's easier said than done. You can line up your putt with your ball mark and take a look at the line and think it's good, and then you can get up to address and think, well, maybe I aimed it too far right, and then you pull the putt a little bit and it misses left. And perhaps that's what happened that time. I don't want to speak for any of our golfers, but I know that's happened plenty of times to me.
Finishing up here, and a putt on the way.
Ooh.
Just short. And that'll be a tap in here. And as this concludes on the green, 1A nears the green. And we get an update from John Camosa. Mason Minkle enters the 18th 1 over. Tate Otten is 2 over. So just 1 stroke separating the two here as they get set to come up.
Nice putt there. That's big.
Billy Hurst will finish it up there.
I don't know what Billy's at, but putts like that are what make a round. Rain's going to start coming over the 18th green here, Joey.
The rain is nearing. This is Peyton Stewart, I believe, and he's got a short putt just to wrap it up.
Peyton Stewart, not to be confused with the late, great Payne Stewart, of course.
Peyton. Did I say Payne Stewart?
No.
Okay.
I said.
I know, yeah. But it would be an easy mistake to make, though, is why I asked.
Certainly.
A Freudian slip. Payne Stewart, the one of the most notable golfers of his time. Gone too soon. And as they finish up here, 2A does on the 18th green, everything kind of converges at once. Your top group is Group 1A. That's Mason Minkle, Eli Lanzer, Austin Siegrist, and Tate Otten. Siegrist and Lanzer have both tapered off a little bit as the rain picks off. They've both tapered off a little bit throughout the round, hot starts, but cooler finishes. Mason Minkle from Pekin enters this one 1 over. Tate Otten is 2 over as the rain picks up.
Oh, boy.
It's coming down, and it's coming down sideways. But we are still trying to play the 18th green, and we'll try to keep our camera lens dry, folks.
Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption there. Looks like everyone's kind of stopped.
But Joey, what I've been watching play out here is I believe one of these players hit their tee shot into the hazard on the right side of the hole, the water hazard. And it may have been Mason Minkle.
That would be big. That would give Tate Otten a good advantage.
Because, Joey, you see the two golfers standing by the hazard are Mason Minkle and Tate Otten. I believe Minkle, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I think Minkle hit his tee shot into the hazard. So this approach shot from Otten is huge. Here it is.
Otten on the way. Right on the green, it sits. Now it'll roll. Didn't quite sit all the way, but it's not going to roll too much. Great shot from Tate Otten, and he'll have a look at birdie.
A little bit shorter, it would have been perfect. Big shot for Minkle.
And Minkle, that sat. That hit the green, and that did not move. Great shot from Minkle. So we'll see how it all shakes out with the hazards and whether or not that was Minkle. We'll have John Camosa confirm that for us.
That would be huge, Joey, because if that was the case, Minkle's tee shot is the first shot. His penalty stroke is his second shot. His approach is his third shot. He would have that putt for par. It's certainly makeable, but it would be tough. Whereas you have Otten with about 15 feet, give or take 5 feet. I'm not the best with distances. For birdie. So if he could drain that putt, we would have a tie at the top, as far as we know. That's assuming that nobody in the second group is tied with them.
Second group or beyond. Siegrist on his approach shot. That'll roll off to the left. And Siegrist and Eli Lanzer, Larry, they both started hot. They've both, as we've said, cooled off a little bit. But they've both put together solid rounds, at least at various points of the round. So Otten and Minkle make their way to the green.
Joey, brief update from John Camosa. Ty Otten is 3 over. So even if he birdies this one, it's going to be tough for him to come back unless Mason Minkle has a collapse. You see Jim Matson prowling around the green.
He sets up his shot near the fairway there. He's in the red. So here's Minkle. Minkle getting set. Pardon me, not Minkle. That's Lanzer. And Lanzer is on the way. Minkle in the cap. And now Minkle will address the ball. But Larry, if Minkle had found the water, that could tighten things up depending on how this...
It could, and it's very unclear whether or not he was in the water. So I guess we will find out after the round. So we will a number of things. How about that putt? Ooh. Oh, man, he's not happy. And, Joey, that reaction could be a dead giveaway.
It could be. You know,
I
you hate to... And Mason Minkle, a competitive guy, a guy that likes to compete, so you hate to put words in someone's mouth or thoughts in their mind. Could have just been upset that he missed the putt, given how close it got. But I mean, if he indeed found the water there,
big putt
from Tate Otten coming up here. We'll see what he can do. Regardless of what Minkle did, Otten needs this putt. It's breaking. Oh, and he just lipped it out.
Oh my goodness gracious! He gave it a run. He had the line, but not the speed. He hit it just too hard, and you can see the disappointment in his body language. My goodness, the young man gave it a run.
Siegrist will putt now, and he almost had that, Larry. That just found the left corner and rolled out. Every golfer's nightmare on the green there. He'll have a good chance to save it for par. Here's Siegrist. East Peoria's #1 golfer on the way. And he just had...
He took the step too soon, Joey.
Yep. Just off to the left there. Or
Happens
pardon me, that would have
to
been
the best
the right.
of 'em.
But, and we've seen that happen, as we've said, so many times on this hole. It's unreal how many golfers have been bitten by that corner.
It really
that
has
edge.
been, Joey. This cup is unforgiving. I really do think it's because it's cut into the slope.
Tate Otten will attempt par.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he just left it off, and it happens again. I mean, that has been the story of this green. Tate Otten, he'll tap it in.
Joey, he just outright missed that one.
Yep.
I mean, he barely glanced the edge. That's unfortunate. Ooh,
another missed putt there, and that is from Lanzer. Lanzer.
He's not pleased.
No, he's not. It's probably the biggest display of emotion we've seen as Otten taps it in. And, you know, you get it. It's been a long round. As we said, Lanzer and Siegrist especially started hot but couldn't keep pace with Otten and Minkle. Regardless of where those two finish, they will be the top two from this group. And at the end of a long round, a long season, sometimes you just got to let it go.
An impressive round either way from both Mason Minkle and Tate Otten.
Yep.
Minkle, as far as we know, is now the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak, in a shotgun start tournament. That's not a saying that is used a lot, but one more group out there that could give Minkle a run for the individual title. That is Group 1B. So we will see. where they are at. And of course, Joey, we knew coming into this broadcast we may go off the air not knowing who the team champion is. We should know who the individual champion is. But it's going to be tough to gather up results. There is no physical leaderboard set up to avoid a large gathering of people. So that makes things interesting. So we will have to exercise some reporting skills to figure out who our victor is.
Certainly, and it's been great to have, of course, John Camosa keeping us informed from the course today. I'm sure we'll be able to track down an answer as to the individual winner shortly after the round concludes. Larry, before our last group, 1B, I want to take a step back. You remember a few months ago, this was back last sports season. We were in the middle of basketball season. I said to you, we need to start a leaderboard of the local news personalities we see at our events, because, you know, we go to a high school gym, a high school football field, whatever it may be. There's always, you know, you see Jim Matson, Kurt Pegler, Pablo Glate, those guys, they're out filming highlights. Jim Matson has taken the early lead.
He certainly has. Right up there with Clutch Sports Media today. Yeah. I don't see any other news organizations represented.
Nope. Just WEEK and CSM right now. It's good stuff. And we await now 1B, which is Carter Stevenson, Jack Seconder, Dakota Watson, and Nolan Vincent. Glad you've stuck with us here on Clutch Sports Media, as we've got one more group to play, and it looks like they are coming up to the tee box.
Trying to find a leaderboard on Blue Golf. Didn't find one.
Joey, we are now joined by our on-the-course reporter, John Camosa. And John, thanks for being out here all day long with us. And you followed that Mason Minkle group around all day. What were your biggest takeaways?
You know, the weather was kind of sporadic today. I mean, it was sunny, it was rain again, there was wind, the wind picked up. So the biggest thing I saw from Minkle is he just stayed so consistent today. You know, didn't really let anything phase him out there. His short game was great. His putting was, even, you know, putts that he was leaving short for birdie were right there at the hole. And I really thought around the green he just looked fantastic today. And like you said, coming up here, he was 1 over going in this 18th hole, and kind of see where he finishes out. But, you know, I see him as the individual leader right now, unless somebody in this group's really done something. So.
Yeah, and John, I was just getting ready to say, I know you've been following this group around. Have you gotten any indication as to where someone else in another group might be, or has there been?
I have not. It's mainly been the family following. The coaches are kind of all over the course. I asked around. I did see that Carter Stevenson was 2 over at one point, but kind of bouncing around a little bit. But I think Minkle's the outright as we speak. So. All
right. Well, we'll roll with that assumption. So
certainly.
I would not be surprised if Carter Stevenson was in the mix, certainly,
yeah,
because
definitely.
He's right up there with Minkle, and the two are certainly competitors. Mm-hmm. But Minkle has that winning experience, last year's Mid-Illini Conference individual champion.
See how it all plays out there. On 1B is on the fairway here, getting ready to take their approach shots onto the green. And that wind, Larry and John, it's died down a little bit. I was saying how with that wind it might be possible to get closer to the fairway. They seem to have settled a little further out here, as we have a great approach shot. That'll sit just a little beyond the pin. It's Jack Seekander from Dunlap. He's their number 2. This is the group of 2s. Stevenson, Seekander, Watson.
Look at that.
Look at that. That's a beautiful approach shot from outside. Stevenson now gets set. Minor technical delay. We moved through it. Beautiful shot from Stevenson, but it'll go a little long. But nevertheless, a great shot there from Stevenson to set up birdie.
And Joey, as we talked earlier, before the match started, Dunlap kind of coming in as the number 2 team at 6-1 in the Mid-Illini Conference, but following that first group round and their number 1 guy having a little bit of struggles out there with the weather today. So unless they had some other guys card some numbers for them, it could be Peakins to lose at this point, and depending on who else really put up some numbers today. But with that weather, I want to think that everyone kind of struggled around the greens a little bit today.
Mm-hmm. It would not shock me if Pekin took the title outright, and honestly probably might not even be close, especially if Minkle comes in as the winner. And we kind of knew that coming into the round, but the teams to watch were really in the middle to see if definitely a team like East Peoria could leapfrog Dunlap, to see if Limestone could nip at the heels of East Peoria, and see who comes out of the middle of the pack like Washington and Metamora. So I'm going to be interested to see what the final standings are, but of course we will not know those until well after the round.
Mm-hmm. And our social media channels, Clutch Sports IL on Twitter, and all across the platforms, you'll be able to find out the winner. ClutchSportsIL.com as well. We'll have to see how it all plays out, but as you guys mentioned, it did look like that was going to be the storyline. Not so much who tops Pekin, but what 2 through 8 looks like, because you get below Pekin there, you get to 2, and beyond that, it's anyone's race.
Yeah, and kind of looking back at it today, a few days ago, the Big 12 Conference tournament was also hosted right here at Metamora Fields, and looking through that leaderboard, a 69 from Bloomington's TJ Barger ended up winning that as an individual medalist, and then Normal Community had guys in the high 70s and they end up taking the team title. That weather was pretty much the same here, so I'd like to think that your low 70 from Minkle, that's what he comes in at, is definitely gonna hold up and definitely propel Pekin as far as standings are concerned.
Yeah, especially looking at today's conditions. These are certainly a little bit more adverse than the setting the other day. They kind of got lucky, the Big 12 did, in terms of their weather.
Ooh, and he just misses the shot there. I want to say, and again, folks, it's been so difficult all day because the players, even across the same teams, they wear different colors and layers. I believe that was Nolan Vincent from Limestone on his approach there. Just missed it.
And also, with this course being probably one of the tougher tracks in the area, and then throwing that weather on top of it, especially a lot of these teams too. I know Washington's coach Dan Garski talked that his players really haven't played this course much, so that's also a difficult challenge to come out and especially try to overcome some of the wind and play a course like this. So see how everything factors out.
Yeah, curious to see. And John, we've talked about this throughout the afternoon. You've been elsewhere around the course, but here on the 18th, the putting has just been – this has been chewing players up.
Yeah.
People are missing them short. They're lipping them out, finding the edges. It has been
We saw
tough.
a 5-putt.
Yeah, and, it was very ironic because Otten had that, and that went right over the hole. He did something similar, a few holes back over there, same thing. And putting's, obviously key in a golf tournament, but they've had some tough breaks. The lines look good, and then they're just leaving them a little short or a little long, so – but, yeah, today putting's obviously key in short game, and it's given some guys some struggles. So
definitely has, and we will see who came out on top as play is now completed here on the 18th hole, Joey.
That it is, and there may still be some action elsewhere around the course. Players wrapping up on other holes far away from our vantage point. Looks like play might still be going on the JV level at 9. But, yeah, that ends it for the 18th hole, which is our primary vantage point here today.
Certainly, and I guess now the chase is on to figure out who won.
Yep.
And, again, we believe it to be Minkle on the individual level. We believe it to be Pekin on the team level. That confirmation for the team level won't come in for probably about an hour. And then, the individual level we may know shortly.
Yes, so stay tuned to our YouTube channel, ClutchSportsIL.com as well. We'll have some interviews here coming up with some top-performing individuals, maybe even Jackson Gray to please the fan club, and we'll see what we can come out with.
That we will.
Sounds good.
We'll take a break and stay with us. Don't change the browser.
Here.
SportsIL.com's coverage continues after this.
Go grab Maple and see what he got.
Hole 16, a par 5, 504-yard hole, pretty straight. The first thing that's going to jump out at you is look at this uphill incline. You know, you go uphill to start the hole, flattens out afterwards, and not a lot of trouble once you get up that hill. But a couple of things that could play into your approach shot, your tee shot. You've got those pine trees on the right side, and you've got that little bump right before those pine trees, so you fade it off to the right, you could be in trouble. There's also that little pocket kind of right at the top of the hill. Hit a long tee shot, it could take a weird bounce off that pocket, so you never know. But again, if you could just hit a good straight tee shot, you'll be set up for success. Hole 16. Larry's about to explain how to approach the rest of this hole. He hit a great straight tee shot, but first I want to point out, Larry, I think this is the first time today you used wood on the fairway.
Yes, it is, and I'm kind of taking a gamble here because it's going to be really hard to reach this green too. As Joey was explaining, on the tee, if you hit it straight, and this hole is very uphill. So, as Joey mentioned, I hit a good tee shot, but I've still got over 250 yards into the green. And I can't imagine that many players are going to go for this green in two. Taking a look at the hazards on the approach, if you really slice the ball, you've got fescue over there. You've got two bunkers protecting the green on the right side, bunkers on the left a little bit shorter at about 100 yards or 150 yards. So that's what you're looking at. I'm going to take a gamble. It's probably not going to go well, but why not?
In the overview, I alluded to the fact that this hole doesn't have a lot of hazards, but as we know, no hole is without its hazards.
Number 16 green, it's pretty long, so the grounds crew has a lot of options as to where to put the pin on the front, middle, or back. They kind of tucked it here, kind of protected by these bunkers. On my approach shot, my second shot, I missed right, which allowed me to hit a wedge over these bunkers on the green. I've got a good look at birdie. Not a ton of slope until you get to the back of the green, and if you look closely back there, there's a bit of a platform, so if they really want to make the course tricky, they could tuck the pin back there and make it hard on the players.
Hole 17, a par 4, 382-yard straight shot. Maybe just a slight bend right to the hole, but you'd call this a pretty straight hole, and it's a pretty simple approach. We do have bunkers up there about 4/5 of the way to the hole on the left. One that jumps out to you there, kind of tucked into that hill, and then another kind of guarding that green down there. Also a bunker guarding the green off to the right and one behind it, but that shouldn't be a problem on your tee shot. I would not imagine that any of our players on Thursday would find those bunkers off the tee. I just said that I don't expect any of our players to find those bunkers off the tee. I was wrong. Brooks Koepka just announced he's playing for Canton on Thursday, so just got that word into the Clutch Sports media team. So
looking at the hazards on this approach shot, you've got three bunkers. One on the left, one in the middle, and one on the back right. So if you go long right, you'll find your way in there. If you miss short right, you'll find your way in another bunker. If you miss left badly, you will end up in that one. So bunkers protecting the green, but as you can see, the front is pretty wide open. So if you hit a straight shot right into the green, should be simple enough. Number 18 at Metamora Fields, 401-yard par 4. We finally made it. The sun is setting, but we're just on time to get this hole in for you guys. looking at the hazards on this approach, I would really hope that the water does not come into play. Up there on the left, there is a bunker. I've been in that bunker before when I've played out here, and can pose a factor. There's two of them, in fact, one closer, one a little bit further. There's also a bunker on the right. Other than that, the fairway is very wide, so players should be able to be aggressive and have a little leeway left or right for their approach into number 18, where we will have our live coverage all day.
When I zoomed in to those bunkers, the camera went out of focus a little better that time. First time it almost looked like they were censored, and our players certainly hope that they don't see them on Thursday.
So Joey, give us a little test run for Thursday. Give us a little play-by-play here.
Larson lines up on the 18th green. He's going to take some practice swings here, and on Thursday we won't be able to see the tee box especially well, but Larson's going to give it a go. Again, about 400 yards from tee to green. Waggles his club. Back, and that's a shot. That is going to hook a little bit right, I think. Fading right, I should say, and it's so dark I don't know where that landed quite exactly. In the direction of that bunker. We'll see. We'll get up there and see. You're watching Mid-Illini Conference Golf on ClutchSportsIL.com. One thing to note that we didn't highlight in the overview, this water, if you fade it right, this could be into play as well. And there's Larry's ball. Didn't quite find the water.
Thank goodness.
And there's Larry. He didn't find the water. He's nice and dry. Cuts to Larry just splashing around. Here he goes. Second shot. Could find the green here. Oh, it's a good approach. That is up. That is straight. That is going to come down. We'll see if it sits. I think it's going to be a little bit short. And it's so dark. Again, Larry, I don't know if you saw. I think it's on the green. I think it's on the green.
We'll find out when we get there.
Yes, we will.
Look at this green, Joey. There's a big ridge in the middle. If the pin is on the other side and you land on this side of the ridge, you're going to be in trouble. Luckily for me, the pin is on this side of the ridge and my ball is on this side of the ridge.
We record this on Sunday night. It's about 6:45, right near sunset. This is the clubhouse, our vantage point on Thursday. Looks pretty right now at night. Larry sitting up for par.
It's for birdie.
For birdie. He claims.
Two putt for par.
We missed his other shot.
No,
this is for birdie. We'll see if he can do it. This is his putt. It's on the way. Breaking left. I don't know if it's going to cut back. It won't. Larson will attempt to save par on the final hole. This, even though he turns 21 in 2 weeks, is for the Mid-Illini Conference Championship. Let's see if he can do it.
Didn't I already win that?
You did already win it. This is the 2021 tournament. And he goes back to back. Larson wins it. That was kind of stupid, but he did it. And Larry, we just finished a round at Metamora Fields Golf Club just in time.
We did it for the content. We did it for the viewers, and we hope that you're watching real golf take place right now. But we recorded this content just to keep the fans entertained and give you guys a good overview of this golf course, because setting up on the 18th green, that's what we can do technologically, but it doesn't really do this course justice. It's got its challenges, it's got its beautiful views, and could really challenge a good golfer. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I know I did.
Great round here on Sunday. We're excited to see it on Thursday. We go back to live action. You're watching the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament on ClutchSportsIL.com. Back in the booth, Joey Wright alongside Larry Larson. Clutch Sports Media's continuing coverage of the 2020 Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament. And Larry Larson, play has concluded. We're done for the day. Looks like play is certainly wrapped up on the 18th green and all across the course. We got a lot to unpack, break down what we saw today. We saw wind, we saw rain, and we saw some pretty good scores.
Yes, we certainly did. They battled the conditions. Mason Minkle we presume is our individual winner, shooting a 1 over 72. Hopefully he'll be joining us right here in the booth coming up soon. John Camosa on the job for us, doing some reporting skills. But again, we will assume that Mason Minkle is our winner and Pekin is also our team winner. And those two were likely the favorites entering this one. Mason Minkle, one of the best golfers around, of course, and Pekin made state last year, entered the tournament undefeated. So people expected them to win. And honestly, I think they got the job done. We saw some runs. Tate Otten, namely, really gave Mason Minkle a run for his money up until the 18th hole. So big credit to him. And yeah, it was quite the day of golf.
Absolutely was. Now, over the course of the day, Larry, it seemed like the storyline, as the rain begins to pick up again, it seemed like the storyline on the 18th green specifically was putting. Players couldn't figure out their putts. We saw some 3 putts. We saw a 5-putt in there, and it was a theme. It impacted everyone, but we saw such good drives, I think, and such good approaches that, all told, I don't think the 18th really ruined any, too many scores.
Well, the 5-putt probably ruined that player's score. However, all the other ones, it really was not a make-or-break hole. Obviously, every hole could be make-or-break in tournament golf, especially in the playoffs. But I think the biggest factor was putting. And I think you could say that for almost every tournament, any hole, anywhere in the United States of America. It's drive for show, putt for dough. You got to make the putts if you want to win golf tournaments. And honestly, a lot of players did not make their putts on this 18th green. And, of course, you come to expect that in a high school golf tournament. Mistakes happen. Everybody 3 putts. However, the good players don't 3-putt. And when we saw Mason Minkle on the 9th green and the 18th green, he hit his shots, not particularly close to the pin, but he 2-putted both and gave both a run at a 1-putt. So that's what the best players do. The putting is always paramount.
How about Tate Otten? I want to make sure we get this in there before we go off the air, because he gave Mason Minkle, best golfer in the area, a run for his money. No matter what happens, if Minkle, if someone shot lower than Minkle, of course, give them the credit and give them the praise. But Tate Otten and Mason Minkle, that was the storyline throughout the day. Those two going at it. It culminated on the 18th, and it looks like Minkle's going to have enough to get it done.
It does indeed look like that, Joey. And Tate Otten, man, he deserves so much credit. The Limestone Rockets tied for 4th place. They won the tiebreaker, so they got to play with the top group. Man, it seems like there's going to be a hurricane coming in. But we're sounding fine, according to our producer, Evan Johnson, at the controls. But Tate Otten, he is the epitome of that Limestone Rockets team, because they're a bunch of grinders. Perhaps they're not the best golfers out here, but they work hard, according to head coach Greg Robinson. He says sometimes they'll go play an 18-hole tournament, he'll drop them off back at school, and they'll go to Coyote Creek and play another 18. And sometimes that's just what it takes. And that is a very young Limestone Rockets team that we could see back here next year as perhaps the favorite to win the tournament, because 2 years ago they finished last. Last year they finished 5th. And now this year, looks like they'll finish 4th or perhaps 3rd. We saw a bad day from Dunlap. I don't know what happened with East Peoria, but maybe Limestone was able to jump a few teams.
Perhaps. And with that Limestone program, it starts at the top with Greg Robinson. When we talked to him yesterday, he made very clear that he plays, he wanted us to know he's played probably 70 rounds this year.
Yes, he said 77 rounds of golf, and he has kept track of all of them. And his players look to do the same. They are grinders, man. They love the game of golf. He says that all 6 of those guys, they are all addicted to golf, so they're certainly battle-tested. And today it showed out with Tate Otten.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we said at the top of the show, at the end of the day, it was the Pekin show, right? Pekin showed up, Carter Stevenson, Mason Minkle, that whole team, everyone we saw. Looks like Pekin, on the team level, they're going to have enough to get it done and bring home the top prize.
Yes, and of course we will find out the official final results as Evan Johnson covers up our soundboard. Credit to him, really grinding in the rain along with Jonathan Michael today. Big credit goes to them, really. But yes, it's going to be interesting. I'm really eager to see those final results, and it really is unfortunate there's no big leaderboard, because that's really some of the most fun moments you can have playing high school golf, looking at the leaderboard, watching the scores come in. Hey, who shot what? So-and-so shot this, so-and-so shot that. And so that is always very fun, and what do you know? Here he is, Mason Minkle joining us on set. We'll throw our masks on. How's it going, Mason? Go ahead and sit down here. All right, Larry Larson, Joey Wright, joined by Mason Minkle. We'll turn your mic up. And Mason shooting a 1 over 72, if we're not mistaken today.
73.
73. Okay, 2 over 73. What were the conditions like out there? It was tough.
It was really windy, cold. On the range, we were all thinking negative and just had the positive mindset going out in the course, and we just played our own game and got the job done.
Take us through that battle down the stretch, you and Tate Otten from Limestone. That group you guys were in started out, everyone was kind of in contention through the front 9, but then as the round progressed, it was you and Tate kind of going at it down there at the end.
Yeah, we're pretty good buddies. We know each other pretty well. We know what we can do. We just battled it out all the way to the end and just barely got the hold of it at the end and got the job done.
And looking at the season as a whole, it's certainly different with COVID-19. No opportunity to make a run at state this year.
Yeah.
So how much does this tournament mean to you?
It means a lot to me just because it's my last year, and it's going to stink not having a state tournament, but it's going to be awesome just to go out the regionals and sectionals and do the best we can.
Yep, and one more from me. Just walk us through kind of the season as a whole, because the whole season, every result we get from Coach Crouch, it's you guys at the top, you at the top of the leaderboard, and Pekin at the top of the leaderboard on that team basis. Walk me through kind of the totality of the season and how that's gone for you guys.
Ever since my last summer tournament as a junior, I guess you can say, I just got my game back together, and it's just been right around the corner every time I play. And I haven't really changed anything, and everything keeps going well. It's been working really well. So,
Mason, as far as we know, you're the individual champion today, Mid-Illini Conference back-to-back. And real quick, before we let you go, every coach we talked to, they said Mason Minkle, he's the guy, he's the best golfer around. How did you withstand, so to speak, that target on your back?
It's really cool just having everyone know my name, and just, I don't know, I'm kind of speechless about it.
Well, I'd be speechless too if I shot 73 on a day like today. Mason, congratulations on another title.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mason.
Thank you.
Mason Minkle, the individual champion of the Mid-Illini Conference. And Joey, you can see why everybody likes him.
Yeah, humble, down to earth as he gets back into the clubhouse. Get out of these conditions, Mason. Man, he's earned it with a round like today, and just so down to earth, so humble. Great kid, and as you said, you can see why everyone likes him. It's easy to root for a winner like that.
Yes, it most certainly is, and especially in the game of golf, lots of humble characters, and usually everybody you meet is a nice guy, but every once in a while you'll run into somebody who's very intense. But Mason, definitely not intense, and he's a guy who can just go out there and play golf. And whenever we saw him today, it looked like easy.
Certainly.
Real easy.
Game comes easy. Game comes easy to the best. And
we will have another interview.
Yeah,
Joey.
We got one more
Word
coming
on
up.
the street.
Is what that's they're feeding it to us, and I believe it'll be Jeremy Crouch, Pekin's head coach. Yes, they all nod in unison.
We guessed correctly. So Pekin won is what we're getting.
Okay.
311
is what they shot. Okay,
Yes.
There we go. It's hard to decipher. Pekin is your Mid-Illini Conference champion in 2020. I'll go ahead and pull the mask down here. Pekin wins it.
Mask off.
Mask off, mask on. It was hard to put that on under pressure there.
Yeah, no kidding.
But Pekin has won the Mid-Illini Conference, and we believe Mason Minkle is the individual champion as well.
And that is really impressive. Okay, so late word, 311 is Pekin's team score. They are not officially the winner yet, but Joey, I've got a hard time believing that anybody could beat 311 today.
Yeah, so we'll wait for official word, and that's a bit of a lapse in communication, but everyone's doing their best there. Yeah, Pekin with a 311, and that'll be tough to beat. I can't imagine anyone tops Pekin. We saw some good individual rounds, but when you add up the totality of everything, I don't think that's gonna fall. And Coach Crouch is coming up in just a moment, so we'll talk to him about that and just kind of get his view on how everything went, because he had a better idea of their round than we did.
Yes, most certainly. And whenever you've got a very good golf team like they do, you got to expect that they're going to come out and battle. And certainly that's not to discredit any of the other teams in this conference because they could battle too. We saw Limestone really make a good run today. And I can't wait to see the full team results to see what the Rockets shot. Washington, Tyler Bass looked pretty good when we saw him today. The players who had the strongest short game probably came out on top today because there were a number of holes where you likely had to scramble, wind blowing in your face, wind blowing the ball all over the place to really make things tough. And putting is where you make your money, and we saw a lot of players mess up on the 18th green today. Not as many on the 9th, but we saw a lot of 3-putts, but the best, they did not 3-putt.
No, the best in Minkle and Otten, they came back. They took care of business, as I believe John Camosa said when we spoke with him there towards the end of the round. So they played well. The best did, and I'd be curious to see. We only have this one camera looking at the 9th and the 18th. I would have been curious to have cameras on other greens and see if they played more like the 9th or more like the 18th. The 9th, some people had problems. You'll have that, right? But the 18th was really a trouble spot for a lot of people today.
It was, Joey, and I wish we had towers all over the golf course, but this is certainly not CBS. This is CSM, and we're not Vern Lundquist. We're Larry Larson and Joey Wright, but we did our best. Big credit, of course. We've shouted them out throughout the day, but they deserve it. Jonathan Michael on camera, Evan Johnson, our producer, John Camosa, the course reporter, and Josh Schwam, our photographer. Be sure to follow at Clutch Sports Media on Instagram, at Clutch Sports IL on Twitter to see all of our content from today. Can't wait to see all those pictures that Josh took. But, Joey, what a day it was, certainly. And, of course, we're waiting on Coach Crouch for our final interview to wrap it up.
Yep, we'll wrap it up with Beacon head coach Jeremy Crouch when he's available, and of course post-round he's going through, taking care of what he has to do, so we'll certainly allow him the time to do that. Josh took great pictures for us today, and he's back. He's off camera, behind the camera with Jonathan and Evan. But he crushed it, and John Camosa was the first ever sideline reporter.
Yes.
We don't have sideline reporters typically for basketball, but he crushed it today, and it's just good stuff from our whole team. It would not have been possible with just you and I, like we would have done for a typical football, basketball broadcast.
Yes.
Would have done for baseball. We needed the 6 people out here. We could go hit the links right now and field the team.
Gosh,
if we wanted to.
I wish we could go out there and play, but so often people ask us, not to talk about Clutch Sports Media the entire time, but
right.
So often people ask us, why don't you do more video? Why don't you live stream to YouTube for football and basketball games? It's because it's a hands-on production, and we want to put together a detailed and thorough and good-looking package like we did today for this golf match meet. And exactly. It's not possible without a bunch of people.
Right.
And so we really thank our entire crew for taking the time today, because without them it would not have been possible.
Yeah, we won't do it if we don't think we can do it right. Maybe we do it right, maybe we don't, but we'll give it our best effort. And just the last word on it, our entire crew was awesome today. Top to bottom, a great effort, I think. And, I haven't seen the product, but I appreciate the effort more than anything.
Yes.
And it looked good, I think,
most
too,
certainly.
So.
Battling the conditions, and now the sun shines down on us.
We've gone through it all. The sun is right above us now, almost in our eyes. We've gone through rain today. It's been, it started out before we were on the air, but when the tournament was underway, it was raining pretty good, and then it just went through rain and wind and sun, and just we talked about how adverse the conditions were at times, but credit to the players for battling through the changing conditions. I don't know if we harped on that as much, because they changed so often. You had the rain and then the sun, more rain, wind. It was inconsistent at best.
Yeah, we've said it a bunch, but I'll say it again. It's October golf. The calendar turned last night in case you missed it, and it is time for Mother Nature to turn on the jets, so to speak. She likes to mess around with golfers this time of year, and even though there's no state tournament, I guess nature has to make up for it with interesting conditions here at the conference tournament.
Yes, sir, and the road to November runs through October. Got to get that up in a little bit.
Yes.
But, just the changing conditions evident here, and luckily golf season does not go into November. We don't live in Hawaii or California or Florida, so we'll get the season wrapped up shortly, and then it'll be a hibernation period, and we'll be back at it this spring. But another thing, Larry, just Metamora Fields today, great hospitality. Everyone's so friendly, so passionate about golf. The tournament was very smooth here, and we thank them for not only their hospitality to us, to keep talking about us, but just for a great tournament. Really a smooth event all across the facilities. And I wanted to get to Jared Hart as well, Metamora High School athletic director. He did a great job running it too.
Yes. So of course we have dealt with a lot of people here at Metamora Fields, and they've had a busy week.
Yep.
Because they had the Big 12 tournament as well on Tuesday, as we mentioned on the broadcast. So the course was really in impeccable condition, considering they had 2 shotgun start tournaments, one day separating them. So that's a lot of work, because I've been there. I know how much work it takes to put together a tournament golf course, and Metamora Fields did a great job with that today. With that said, we'll welcome on to set Pekin head coach Jeremy Crouch.
Bring him in here, yep. All right. There we go, the media scrum afterwards.
Yeah.
Coach, 3-11 today for Pekin. Walk us through the round and how your players fared.
I thought they all battled. I mean, I know the weather conditions were tough. They were tough for everybody. Early on, I was a little nervous. Dunlap really played well. And, our kids just battled. They didn't get off to a great start, most of them, and then settled in and made a lot of pars in the middle of the round, and were able to finish strong. So
the conditions kind of threw players through a cycle today.
Yeah.
Started with wind and rain, got sunny, the wind picked up, wind slowed down, rain came back.
Yeah.
What do you think that says about your team to really adapt and still be able to come out on top today?
Yeah, they're just resilient. The middle 9 were really nice. It got nice and sunny. The wind died a little. So that was really, I think, when we settled in and were able to make a few pars and stuff like that. So, I thought all the kids did a nice job. It was really tough today. And obviously this course is difficult. It's a course where you got to control the golf ball and get in the right spot, especially on the greens. And the wind kicking up really made that hard for most of the day. So just really proud of them. They fought hard, which is something we talked about a lot. It's not easy. It can be easy to kind of, if you have a bad hole, to pout a little. And I don't think anybody did that today. I thought everybody really fought hard for their teammates, and fortunately we were able to come out on top.
What did you see today, Coach, that you might apply to regionals and sectionals and beyond? Because the season's not over, of course. Still more golf to be played. How do you feel about the team moving into what will be an abbreviated postseason?
Yeah, we're excited. This is such a great test. I have so much respect for a lot of the, all the teams in our conference. There's a lot of really good players here. It's not, it really does give you a pretty good, jump start on the postseason. This is always the kickoff, and how you perform here can give you a pretty good indication of how the rest is going to go. And I'm excited. I think the kids are. I think they know what time of the year it is. Obviously, you're going to have to battle a lot of weather conditions, and we saw it all today. So hopefully that'll help us as we go into the next, hopefully, 2 weeks.
And taking a look at your number 1, Mason Minkle, he played like a number 1 golfer today. Yeah. We talked about him before the round. How impressed were you with him today?
He's amazing. He works really hard at his game, and his maturity from seeing him as a freshman and a sophomore has been really nice to see, because he just never gets down on himself. You always feel like that, early on, when he was a freshman or sophomore, if he had a bad hole, he might really chase a birdie putt and cause himself to 3-putt or something like that. He's just so much more in control now, and he's such a good player. He's a really good leader. He pulls guys along. It was really fun to watch him today.
And from Carter Stevenson and the rest of your team, what did you see from them?
Really good. We were really solid. The bottom 5 guys, I think we're all between 79 and 81. So really, really consistent and solid. They all battled. I mean, they all had some tough holes that they were able to work through. They fought all day. Our depth really shined through today, which is encouraging.
One last question from us, Coach. Now back-to-back conference titles, if I am not mistaken, if not 3 in a row.
Nope, 2.
Just 2 in a row. But
Yep.
What does this conference title, individual and team, mean for the Pekin program going forward?
It means a lot. I have so much respect for this conference. It's not easy to win, because it's dual meets with every team. It's not 1 or 2 calendar dates, 1 or 2 rounds. It is 8 long, grinding, playing at different courses with different conditions, and to be able to get through it is an accomplishment. And we just have so much respect for the teams in our league and their coaches and their programs, that we feel very fortunate to have fought this hard, and it was our goal at the beginning of the year, and thankfully we were able to see it through.
Yep, and Coach, that respect that you have for the rest of the teams in your conference shows, and not only the respect that you have for them, but the respect that everyone has for each other in this conference really showed through today. A great tournament and a great conference. Yeah,
Metamora did an awesome job. Metamora Field did an amazing job. This is a great venue for a tournament like this, so we're really thankful to them and really excited.
Well, Coach, congratulations on a second straight title, and hopefully we'll see you during basketball season.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Coach.
Thanks,
congratulations.
Coach. Jeremy Crouch, conference champion coach, now 2 years in a row, and Bradley basketball legend, so to speak.
Yes, sir. If I can get my mask off now that our interviews are wrapped up. Yeah, Jeremy Crouch.
We may have one more, Joey. Word on the street, Jackson Gray may be coming up.
Oh, man. Really?
Yes. Yes. No Jackson
Gray.
No.
Okay. That would have been great.
Sorry to the fan club.
His fan club was really tuned in today. But, yeah, Jeremy Crouch, of course, he was on the Bradley basketball team, men's basketball team that went to the Sweet 16 in 2006. And really, from Pekin, nice that he is back home and just thriving at his alma mater, Pekin Community High School. They're really doing good things, not only in the golf program, but on the basketball court as well. Good team they've got.
Yes, most certainly. And Pekin is a school that is always up there in almost every sport, and it is really impressive to have a consistent golf program. Usually you see teams ebb and flow, and we'll see if Pekin can really hang on and make this a dynasty, so to speak. Not to coin a term for the Mid-Illini Conference here, but they've got a shot to make it 3 in a row. Lick Creek Golf Course is a big tool for that community. Those players keep playing that all summer long. They are prepared for any challenge that faces them in the fall season.
Well, we'll see in 2021 if they can make it a three-peat, and they've certainly got the tools to do it. But Larry Larson, I think that'll about do it for us at Metamora Fields today. What a great tournament we saw, the 2020 edition of the Mid-Illini Conference Boys Golf Tournament.
Yes, Joey, it was a thrilling day of golf. Mason Minkle coming out on top. We saw some great golf from nearly every golfer that we saw today. So a big thank you goes out to the coaches and players that we've really worked with and we've watched today.
Absolutely. For our entire crew, Jonathan Michael, Josh Schwam, Evan Johnson, John Camosa, and Larry Larson, I'm Joey Wright. We will leave it for you right there. Pekin Community High School, back-to-back Mid-Illini Conference champions, and Mason Minkle, the individual champion here in Metamora. We'll say goodbye. Thank you for joining us for this presentation of Clutch Sports